I want to inform you that we are going to start React.js tutorial series, and this will be the first video of React series. Basically, I have divided series into multiple videos and we will go through one by one. So in today's video, we will learn what is React.js, what is the history of React.js, and what's its features. So there are a lot of different uh, things which we will learn in our upcoming videos. But in today's video, we will go with basic stuff. What is React? Why we are using React? Why it is so much trend in the market? So all these things we will learn in today's videos. Okay, so first, what is React.js? As per the definition, we can say React.js is a JavaScript library. And the second thing is React.js is a tool for building user interface. Third, we can say React.js is a declarative, efficient, and flexible JavaScript library. Now, what do you understand by declarative, and why we write React.js is a declarative? Because as we know, JavaScript is a imperative approach, but why React.js follow declarative approach? So as per the declarative approach, it would provide the address of the definition without concern how it found. So basically, like we want to render the UI. Now it doesn't concern how you follow the path, how you prepare the path. So it doesn't provide like a step-by-step introduction or step-by-step guidelines that you have to follow this and that. Then only your UI will get rendered. So it doesn't follow that particular scenarios. That's why it is called as declarative approach. Now it is also a we can say client-side JavaScript library, and mainly it is used for building user interface, and it is component-based features. So that thing will components, lifecycle methods, and all these things we will cover in next videos. Now, if we talk about the history of React.js, then we can go with this. So React, the current version which is in the market or stable release, we can say it's 18.2, which is released on June 14, 2022. But initially it was released quite earlier, like May 29, 2013. So it's like around 8 or 9 years ago it was released, and it is basically maintained by Meta, which is Facebook. So it was like the Facebook, the creator of that, or maintained by the Facebook. And if we talk about the who has created the React.js, so it was created by Facebook software developer Jordan Lockley. So he is the one who has created the React.js which we use right now. And if we talk about different features which React.js provide us, so if we visit the React.js website, here as per the official definition, it also says React.js is a library for building user interface. Now if we talk about the different features, so here it is also said it is declarative. So React.js is painless to create interactive UI, design simple view each step in your application, and it is efficiently update and render the UI. So basically, like whenever we change something, it will automatically get updated to the UI, and you can able to. That is basically it is hot reload, we can say. We will see in our upcoming videos, not an issue. So you can just cover the basic stuff, and also it is component based, and basically if you talk about like if you have learned or if you have seen other programming language, there you have seen like we divide. Suppose we have an HTML. Now we take out the header, we take out the footer, we have the body. Now the header and footer part we use in different part of our HTML. So in that way we can divide our UI into multiple component. Like if I say this header, we will create one component. Okay, because we want to reuse into different places. That's what it says, and it's like it is quite easy to learn React.js as compared to other like library of framework, if I say, because we have AngularJS as well, we have Vue.js as well. But if I talk about AngularJS, it is like it is a framework first of all. So it has set of rules, syntax that you have to follow when you are when you are writing the code. It didn't give you that much flexibility where by its own you can able to write anything anywhere, but React.js provides us that thing. So another thing I want to inform you that basically we'll cover like latest ES6 features. So I'm creating that videos as well, but still you can just go through some of the basic ES6 features. That would be really helpful for you in the upcoming videos. And after that, if you because in the next videos we will see how you can able to install Node.js and all these things. But I will just give you the basic idea. In order to work with React.js, first we need to have that Node.js installed in our application. So first we need to install Node.js. because once we install the Node.js, npm will automatically get installed with that Node.js part. So through that one, we can able to start our, because through npm we are going to install our React part, React application. So that thing we will cover in upcoming videos. So I think in today's video we have basically covered some of the flexibilities of React.js, why we use that one. In the next videos we will see how we can install the uh, React.js, how to run the Node.js, React.js, how you can start, how you can able to change the code and all these things. So that thing we cover in the next videos. So hope you like this video. Uh, I request you to follow, subscribe, and like this video. Thank you.
We are going to learn about how you can make setup of React.js application in your application, and we can show how you can print hello world in your browser. So let's get started. So as you can see, I have created overview. So in order to make a React.js environment setup, we need to have Node.js installed in our application or system. So once you install the Node.js, npm will automatically get installed with our Node.js. And once the Node.js get installed, after that only we can able to use npm. And once we have the npm part, we can able to use or make the setup of React.js. So for that one, you can go to official Node.js website, and there you can download the like the most recommended or stable version. You can able to download it in your system, as I already have downloaded in my application or like system. So if I go to cmd, and if you want to check like which version you have installed, or which version of npm you have installed, so what you can do, node hyphen version. So I have installed 14.6. It's earlier version, but right now it's 18.1 is the latest one. And even the same way you can able to check npm version as well. So the npm version I have is like 1 second, just yeah, okay. So 6.14 is the npm version I'm using. So as per the official documentation of React.js, so the Node.js version has to be greater than 14, and npm has to be greater than 5.6 version. So as you can see, I have following both the criteria fulfilled, so it is fine for me. So you can, once you have installed the latest one, you will have the latest npm version as well. Okay, once you are getting this thing properly, so that means node.js and npm is successfully installed in your system. Okay, so after that, once you make this setup, we have to run these commands, so that you can able to make setup of React.js. So the first command says npx create React app my first app. So my first app is the application name, which whatever you want to give. Suppose you want to give shopping cart, suppose you want to give like e-commerce, whatever is basically name of your project. My first app is your project name, and this is the command. Npx create React app is the command by which you can able to make your setup. So I'm going to use the first command. Okay, and I'm just opening git bash here, and I'm just copying paste. I'm writing my first app. Once I click enter, it will start making the setup of React.js for me. So it will take uh, bit time. So you can just wait till the setup is getting completed. So we can just wait till then. So the thing is that it might take some time, depend upon your system configuration. So don't worry. So you can just wait till it is making setup for me and you as well. So just wait for some time. Okay, so Here it gets started. So because like it install because as React.js is a lab JavaScript library, so because of that it install quite many packages and vendor applications and other stuff in order to run our application. So because of that it may take some minutes, so we can just wait for that particular time. And I want to inform you that in upcoming videos we will learn about React JSX, React components, React class, React functional component, React props, React event handling, uh, how you can conditionally render the JSX part, how you can create a forms, how you can create router if you moving from of if you are going from one tab to another tabs, what are the different hooks we can or you can able to use in your application. Okay guys, so as you can see the setup part is almost done. So it is just installing some template part, so it is almost done. So yeah, it may take time and depending upon your system configuration and how the environment you have. So it take it might take some minutes, couple of minutes. So it is in finalization stage, so we can just wait for few. Okay, so I think it is done. Let's wait. Okay, so it is finally done. So once it is done, you can able to see this kind of setup, and you have these folder structure. So I have created already a separate video where I have explained about the use cases of each and every folder and files which we have once we install any React application. But for right now, we are going to see how you can make a React setup. Okay, so once it is done, what you can do, just like we have created folder my first step, so we will do cd my first app. So you have to go inside that particular file. Once you go into that particular project, so what we can do, we write npm start. Once we click enter, it open up the browser automatically for us, and there will be our application will be up and running. So it is starting the development server. Okay, so the default port will be 3000. So in upcoming videos I will show you how you can able to change the default port as well. So okay, here you can see. So this is your first up and running React application which you are able to make it. Okay, so this one is local. By some chance or by some scenario, suppose if it didn't open up the browser automatically, so what you can do, because once you write npm start, it will give you this url as well, localhost 3000. So you can copy this url and paste it in any of your browser, so your React application will be up and running. Later you can able to change some internal stuff, but for right now I can able to show you some of the basic thing, like suppose src. If I want to change, suppose like a index.js, if I want to show you how you can basically edit src app.js. Okay, so I will print hello world. Okay, so we will use app.js file. Okay, so here it is app.js file, and we will write hello, and once we save this one, it will automatically get reloaded, so you don't have to refresh the browser, because it is kind of hot reload which work for us. So that's all guys in this tutorial. Thank you all, and don't forget to like and subscribe, comment as well. So this will be your up and running application which you can able to make in your application. Later we will learn about the folder structure where you have to change the stuff and other thing. So that's all. Thank you guys. About React folder structure that React provides us. Once you install or make the setup of React.js, so let's get started. I think you have already visited my previous videos for React setup and what React is, because it will help you to understand React folder structure in a better way. Okay, as you can see, I have fresh React project up and running, which I have already installed. So you can see, once you make a setup of React fresh project, React provides us these default folders and files with React. So I'm going to explain you each and every folder one by one, what's the use case of each and every folder and what it's in need. Because as per your project increases, as per your requirement get increased, so depending upon that, your files will also get increased. Lot of files you will modify, lot of other packages you need to install. So all these things you have to do depending upon your requirement or need, but this one is the default setup. Okay, so at first you can see we have node module folder. So node module folder, it contains React libraries and any other third party library that is needed. Okay, now the public folder, so it holds the public assets of the application. It contains index.html. So if I open public HTML, so it contains several other library files like favicon. So it's basically, once you have that up and running, this one is the favicon. Okay, if you make control U to check the source of that one, you can see this one is the fab icon. Okay, after that you have index.html. So this one is the root of your application. After that you have, so it contains all the public assets of your application. Okay, now we have src folder. Src folder, it contains, now if you open the src folder, it contains several files like app.css, app.js, apptest.js, index.css, index.js, logo.svg, and other various files. Now it contains, because src is the folder, always remember this one, src is the main folder of your application, because later or sooner you are going to create components, you are going to create helpers, you are going to create other libraries and other stuff for your application. So all the setup that you are going to make inside, now in future I am going to explain you what Redux is, how you can make use of Redux as well. So that setup also you have to make inside src. So src is the main or responsible folder of your React application. It contains everything of your application. Now if I check other files, which is definitely the git ignore, other than that we have package log.json, package.json and readme.file. Now readme.file, it provides the documentation to read about React topics. If I open that file, you can see it provides various help to make our React application run up and running. So just like if you scroll top to bottom, how you can make npm start, npm test. After that, if you once your application has completed, you have to make a build. So for that one also you have to run a command npm run build. So it basically provide a documentation about the React topics. After that you have package.json. So it holds various metadata required for the project. It gives information to npm which allow to identify the project as well as handle the project and its dependencies. Now in future, because you have to implement the routing part, for routing you have to install third-party packages, and once you install the third-party packages, it lists all your dependencies here. Because in future, suppose you are a developer, now you have to give your whole project or code base to another developer. So you don't have to give node module, because it's contain lot of files, and once you make a zip of that one, it take a lot of time. So what you do, exclude the node module folder, and other than that just provide them complete folder. The main one is package.json and package.log.json, because once they have these files, they can run the command npm install. So once they run the command npm install, depending upon what dependencies you have installed in your application, npm install will check what dependencies that your developer, the second developer, needs. So it install all those dependencies or libraries which you have installed by checking the dependencies object. Okay, so this one is the root folders and files we have discussed. Now we can go in depth. Like if I go into src folder, so it contain app.css. So it has app.css file. App.css is basically, as you know, that it contain css part of your application. Now it's not necessary that you have to follow this particular syntax. You can have your own folder structure, you can have your own structure by which you can create your application, but everything needs to be inside src. Now if I go to app.js, so this one is our component which we have created, or which React provides us. Because if you check the application happening, this one is the component which is running app.js. Now if I change anything, suppose if I'm changing 1, and if I'm saving, Control S, you can see it will get reflected here as well. Okay, so this one is the root component, and this root component we have to create. After that we have to export it. Okay, after that we have index.js. Inside index.js, this one is our file which contain, or which is the root one, because we are importing app.js inside our index.js. So you can see here it is, import app from app, and then once we have imported our app component, we are giving to our root.render. Okay, so this file index.js renders our component and registered service worker, like our DOM, React DOM. So it create a root, this React DOM dot create root, and document dot get element by ID root. So which document dot get element ID it is taking? It is taking this one from the index.html. So you can see div ID root. So you can give any ID name, whatever you want to give, but you have to change here as well, because it is our root index.html and this one is our root div, because all the content or all the components which we are going to import, it will get placed to that particular location. Okay, now as you can see, I have updated my app.js component. You can see the reflection here as well. So it now you have to, if or you want to create new component as well, you can able to create new component here as well. So if I give you the example, suppose I am creating new file like new comp.js. Okay, I have created new component, so I will write const new component. So I'm just giving the name as per my choice. Now I did this one, now I have to return something. So I am returning h1 and here h1 as well. So I'm writing this is test compo component. Now once I am returning this one, I have to export it as well. Export default and name of my component. So once I export this one, I have to import this one as well. Now I want to replace our default app component which React provides us. So in place of that one, I'm going to render my component which I have created by my own. So import new component. Now if I make this one, I will show here as well, it's this one. So new component. Now if I refresh this one, you can see this is test component which we have written in the text. Now you are able to see the changes. The one component which React provided has, it has design, it has logo, everything, but in our component which we have created, there's no CSS part. It's because if you check the app.js, here they are importing app.css logo and then they are placing it in this component. Because of that, it is showing you the design part as well. Now I'm just replacing with the default one which React provides us. Now if you refresh, you don't have to refresh actually, because once you save it, React automatically make hot reload, and because of hot reload, you can able to see the reflection immediately once you save the file. So in this tutorial, I have explained you the folder structure which React provides us. So in the next video, I am going to explain you other things like how you can, because in this video also I have given you how you can make the component part, but in a deeper way, I'm going to explain you how you can create your custom components or the components part. So this one is the folder structure which React provides us. Okay, so I think you get to know more in the upcoming videos of the folder structure and other things which React you have to need in the React file. Don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. Thank you guys. Hello guys, welcome to CodeRug. Hope you are doing great. Once again, welcome to React.js complete series. In previous videos, we have already discussed about React full structure, what React is, and all other stuff. Now, in this video, we will go into deeper in React application. Today, we are going to learn about React features which make React one of the most popular front-end JavaScript library for building web application, or we can say single page application. Let's get started. As you can see, we have listed down some of the most important features which React provides us and which make React one of the most powerful front-end library. So the first feature is JSX, which stands for JavaScript and XML. The second feature is component base. Third one is data binding. That means it is the communication between one to another. So it follows one-way data binding. The next one is virtual DOM. And other one is simplicity and the performance. So I am going to explain one by one into deeper. So the first one is JSX, which stands for JavaScript and XML. It is a JavaScript syntax extension. It's an XML or HTML-like syntax used by React.js. So JSX allows us to write HTML in React, and JSX make it easier to write and add HTML in React. So React doesn't require using JSX, but most popular find it helpful as a virtual aid which when working with UI inside the JSX. It also allows React to show more useful error and warning messages. Now if I show you how JSX looks like, as you can see I have this folder structure which React provided us. Now if I go into src folder and if I go into app.js, so this is how the JSX part looks like. We have header, it's like normal HTML which we are writing into our JS. But as you know and as we are familiar with some of the features of JS is like we are not allowed to write HTML in JS like in this normal way, or if I give you the more cleaner way which we have created one component like this one. This is a test component, and from that function we are returning one HTML heading tag with some content, and we are allowed to do from the JS file. But in normal or in practical, if you go and write into JS, it will give an error. But in React we are able to make this thing written with some content, HTML and header. Basically you can write HTML into JS file. It is because of JSX, which stands for JavaScript and XML, and it allows us to write HTML in our JS file. Later in upcoming videos we will go into much more deeper how you can list your items, how you can make your table dynamic and all these things. We will go into deeper, but for right now understanding is JSX allow us to write HTML in our React. Okay. Now if I go, the second one is component feature of React.js. Now if I give example, you can see this slide. We at right hand side we have one sticky note which says React features, and the right side we have several list item 1 2 3 4 5. Now in case of React, if you say React is all about component. React application is made up of multiple component, and each component has its own logic and control. So these components can be reusable with the help you to maintain the code when working on larger scale project. So I am if I am working on large or larger project, then we need to make some component or some features reusable. Suppose you are developing an application. If I give you the example, suppose you are developing an application, a website. In a website you have one header, or you can take this slide. This slide has some background. It has right hand side, it has one sticky note. In the right hand side we have list of items. Now what we can do, there's one way. I can make one single component, or we can say one single page which have these features. Now in the second page, suppose if I have to list these list item again, then again I have to write all this list item. But what we can do, we can create one separate component which have this list item, and we can reuse this list item into second page. So it's all about reusability of our module or our component. Now the third feature is data binding. React.js is designed in such a manner that it follow unidirectional data flow, or we can say one-way data binding. So one-way data binding gives us better control over throughout the application. So if the data flow another direction, then it required additional features. And as we know, or as some of you are familiar with AngularJS as well, so AngularJS has two-way data binding, but in React it provides only one-way data binding. That means from view to component and component to or view, we can say. Now the third feature is virtual DOM. Virtual DOM is once if you are familiar with JavaScript, then once the website gets rendered into browser, it create a DOM structure. DOM is basically document object model. It browser once your website get rendered, browser create DOM of our HTML, and because of DOM it help browser to make if some content is getting updated, some element you are removing, some changes you are making to your web application, because of DOM browser help to identify which node or element we need to remove, or which element or node we need to update. So because of DOM it make it helpful. But in React it uses the concept of virtual DOM. It is basically the same as the real DOM, but the only difference here is once the website or once your React application get compiled, it create a virtual DOM. It's like a temporary DOM of original DOM it creates, which help React to identify, suppose you are making any changes in your component. Now what React do? React checks, it compare its own virtual DOM with real DOM, and by comparison it find out only this particular element needs to be updated, so it only update that particular DOM or element into the real DOM. But if you take example of normal website, suppose you are going from one page to another page. If you are in home page, now if you are moving to about us page, what will happen? If you are moving from one tab or one page to another tab, your whole new page will get re-render and execute again. In order for that one, browser again create a new or fresh DOM for you. But if you are using React.js for that one, what React.js will do? Once you are going from home to about us, React checks header and footer will remain as same, only the middle content needs to be updated. So React did this comparison by making changes in its virtual DOM. Once the virtual DOM get updated, it checks with the real DOM, and it figure out only that middle portion needs to be updated. So that portion will get updated by using React. and the other feature is simplicity. So you can see React, till now we have seen React is much more simpler and easy to learn as compared to other libraries, or if I talk about majorly Angular. We know that React is a component based approach which makes code reusable as you need. And if I talk about the performance part, React.js is known to be a good performant. These features make it much better than other framework as we have seen in today's world. The real reason behind this is that emergence of virtual DOM. The real difference where it comes in the concept of using virtual DOM, the concept of using JSX, the concept of reusing of components, and the main thing is data binding. So by combining all other features, it increases its performance, and which makes one of the most powerful front-end libraries for making, for building application. So I can say these are the major features which React provided us, so you can have this idea. Now in upcoming videos we will go into depth of JSX, how you can write the JSX, how can you write the complex logics or complex syntax using JSX. Hello guys, welcome to CodeRuck. Hope you are doing great. Once again, welcome to React.js complete series. In previous videos, we have discussed about React's important features. Now, in this video, we will go deeper into React. Today, we are going to learn about React's one of the most important feature, which is JSX. That means today we will learn about JSX. Let's get started. First of all, JSX stands for JavaScript XML. JSX allows us to write HTML in React, which make it easier to add HTML in React. As some of you might be familiar that in JavaScript we are not allowed to add HTML, but if we want to add, then we either have to append the HTML or we have to write complex code. Like if I give you the example, this one is my app.js, because this, first of all, this is my React application which I'm running in my browser. Okay, now this one is the main component. Later I will introduce about the component part, but for right now you can say this one is the paragraph which I'm rendering in my browser. Now we can say this is the part of JSX which allow us to write or add HTML in JS. You can see app.js, so that means this is JavaScript file. But I was telling you that in JavaScript we are not allowed to add HTML directly. Just like we are normally returning from a function, we are returning HTML, but we are not allowed to do. But through JSX we are able to make it. Now I was telling you, if you have to add HTML in React, or if you have to add HTML or paragraph, any kind of HTML, if you want to do in JS, normal JS, then what you have to follow, you have to write complex logic. Like I'm just giving you the example. Like suppose you have to make title. Okay, now what you have to do, you have to make document dot create element. First you have to create element. Which type of element you want to create? I want to create a paragraph. Now what I have to do, okay, this I'm just making it title dot in inner HTML. I want to write some text, that is, this is CodeRuck. After this one we have to append that paragraph title we have created or paragraph we have created. So for that one, what we have to do, document dot body dot append child, and this will be title. So you can see for one single paragraph we have to write 3 line of code, but here we can simply write p tag, which is an HTML tag, and we can write our title. But in JS we have to write this much of code, so which is very much complex if this is only for one paragraph. Now if you have to render table, if you have to make your dynamic content, then it will be too much complex for you. That means for single tag we have to write complex code. So if we have to add complex HTML, it would be difficult for us to manage. Same in React as well. If we don't want to use JSX to add HTML, then we have to follow different and I can say complex path to add HTML. Now this one I can remove. Okay, here I am writing JSX. Now you as a developer might think, why I am going to write this one? I will follow traditional or different approach to write an HTML. Then what you have to do? You have to follow different path. Like for creating a paragraph in React, you have to write code like const title, okay, react dot create element. Now which type of element you want to create? I want to create paragraph. Now this will be an object and this will be the content of the paragraph. This is code rug. So I have to write this much of code for this single paragraph. Now in case of JSX, suppose if you have to add class name, then you can able to make. If you have to add some other attribute, you can able to make it, or you can able to write it very easily. But in case of react.create element, you have to follow proper syntax, you have to follow proper object if you have to add some kind of attribute. Now inside a paragraph we can have you can have span as well very easily. You can write this is test, right? But here in paragraph, if you have to write another, I can say tag, then you have to add another create element and another. So that means it will be too much complex for you to manage these things. So in React, to overcome this problem, they have introduced the concept of JSX. Now you must be wondering, we are writing normal HTML, but how it is working behind the scene? Under the hood, after compilation, this JSX expression become regular JavaScript code. So under the hood, this whole JSX part will get converted to normal JavaScript. Just like we have seen create element, then we are defining paragraph, we are defining attribute, all these things. So this will be made by React automatically behind the scene. So you don't have to worry and you don't have to think about it. React will make it automatically for us. Now what we have to do? We just have to write HTML for our code or our project. Now we have seen these things. Now I'm going to show you different examples how you can write more complex expression and other things in JSX. Now I'm just saving this file. Okay, I'll just refresh it. Let it get refreshed. By the time, what I will do, I will just remove this anchor tag. Okay, I will just write some paragraph. This is JSX. Okay, I'm saving this one. So it is, you can see it is showing me there. Now you must be wondering, suppose if I write 5 plus 5, what it will show? It will show 5 plus 5, but I want to make it sub addition. So for that one, with JSX, you can remember this point. With JSX, you can write expression inside curly braces. Now, the expression can be a React variable or property or any other valid JavaScript expression. So JSX will execute the expression and return the result. Now, I want to make addition of this one. What I can do? I can make use of curly braces, 5 plus 5. Now if I save it, it will be 10. So all the expression, if you have to write, you have to use curly braces. Okay. Now, if you want to suppose list item ul li like first li. Now you can see I have added ulli, that is list item. So if you see the output, then you can see the list item first and second will be displayed here. Now the important point, you can make note of it. Suppose we have two HTML element, and if I am returning from it, one is paragraph, okay, and another one is ulli. Now if I save it, it will give an error. It is because as per the error, you can see the warning message, adjacent JSX element must be wrapped in an enclosing tag. Did you want a JSX fragment? Now the fragment, React portal, all these things I will give you in brief, but for right now, as per the error, it says JSX must be enclosed with some parent element. So that means there has to be one parent element. So in my case, but in early example, you can see div was the parent element, and inside that one we have, or we can say header, but whatever you can say, div is the parent element. Inside that one we have header, and then it can be paragraph, ulli, list item, anything. So there has to be one parent element. Now if I give you the example, if I remove this one, I can have only one div. If I show, and if you see the output, div, okay, this one, sorry. Now you can see it is giving me my expected output. So that means it needs to be one parent element, it has to be enclosed with that one. Okay, so like in the same way we can add other stuff. We can have, input type text as well. Okay, here is our input type text as well. Normally you are writing HTML, so same way you can able to add, but there some key difference are there. Now normally in HTML, if you have to add class, then what you have to do, you can write a class and then you can give your class name. But in React JSX, what we have to do, we have to write class name if we want to add some kind of class. So normally in HTML we write class, but in React JSX we have to write class name as an attribute to add classes. Okay, other than that, we can say if some condition or some conditional condition you have to write, what you can do, you can use curly braces, and you can check. Suppose we can take one variable like const name is equal to code rug. Now I'm just writing one conditional condition, copy paste. Now name equal to code rug. If this will be satisfied, it will say yes, or it will say no. So if I show you, it will say yes. Now if I change something, code rug 1, it will be no. So in this way you can write your conditional statement. So I can say this is enough for the JSX part. As we go deeper, you can able to see much more complex I can say logics, how you can able to write it. Suppose because if you are listing a table, then definitely you have to loop through your API data. Then how you can able to loop it through your data in JSX. So all these things, because at once if I'm going to inform you, or if I'm going to tell you, then it will be like too much. Then in later upcoming videos, once we go in series by series videos, then you can able to get into more details of that one. So for this much we can say this is for today's tutorial. Hello guys, welcome to CodeRug. Hope you are doing great. Once again, welcome to React.js complete series. In previous videos we have discussed about React JSX. Now in this video we will discuss about major update that React has released. Let's get started. Previously, for any React official documentation, we were using react.js.org, but not now. Please note, from now on it will no longer be available for us, because React team has launched react.js.dev as a new website for documentation. I request you kindly bookmark the same website, react.dev. Now I will show you the major update that React has made. So previously we were using, or if we are doing any search, React documentation or React, normally if I do React, it is showing me this react.js.org. By this URL you can say yes, this is the same website we were using. Now if I click on that one, it is redirecting to react.dev. It is because they have updated this website react.js.org completely. Because how I get into that react.js website, if I go and search React component, now if I click on that one, it is taking me to old website, and there you can say this site is no longer be updated. Go to react.dev. On top of that banner you can say, and even in the content as well, these docs are old and wouldn't be updated. So in the content as well they have mentioned that this content will be the old content and it no longer will be updated. So I can click on react.dev, and once I click on that one, you can see on March 16, 2023 they have updated this particular website and made it available for us. Today we are thrilled to launch react.dev as a new home for React and its documentation. In this post we would like to give you the tour of new website. So they have given, okay, this one is kind of blog which they have launched, or which they have introduced us, what is the major update that they have mentioned, or they made it into the new website, and why they have moved to new website as compared to the old one. New website, new domain and new homepage. This was the heading of that one, and there's quite much documentation out there along with that one. And I can say from the look and feel, it is much more compiling as compared to the old one, because they have given various examples, and the documentation is much more cleaner as compared to the previous one. If you go to the home page now, as per the official documentation or the term what is React, a library for web and native user interface. And along with that one, now they are using most of the time as a functional component. I will give you the brief of functional component in later video, but for now you can say these are the normal functions component which they are using. Other than that, if you go and click on learn tab, they have divided into various sections like installation. After that, I can say quick start, describing the UI, and managing state. So they have given you complete, or we can say it, they have completely divided into different sections, different modules, and they have given you various examples how you can use those how can you use those materials, or how you can able to use those content into your website. If you click on reference, now you can see they have given you various hooks in a very detailed way. If I click on use state, now you can say use state is a hook that let you to add set variable to your component. Now now you can say they have given the use case of use state in very detailed way. They have given you various examples and lot of stuff. So I can say from this new website, okay, and even the documentation as well, they have described in very detailed way as compared to the previous one, because previous documentation or website, we were facing a lot of difficulties, because now even if you go and scroll down hooks, and now you can see in the hook part they have given you the one example, but how it is working, how it is making effect in your website, and how we can able to reuse or use in a very compiling way. It was lagging somewhere, but now you can able to use it in very detailed way. All the hooks they have mentioned, components they have mentioned, fragment, profiler, APIs like create context, lazy memo, start transaction, forward ref. I can say this much more very detailed documentation which they have given us. I can say it's great news for us, and for all the developers which using React as a UI for their website community as well. They have given blogs like on March 16 2023 they have introduced new website. So you can visit this particular website and uh, go to different tabs and menus, and you can able to find much more content which will be used for yours. But now I'm just giving you basic idea what they have changed. So it's up to you how much you go into deeper to this website and find the useful content for your project. But it's a great news for us that they have given us the various examples. This one, write components with code and markup. They have given an example of how we can able to use this one, and lot of stuff they have given. I can say yes, it is much more very detailed documentation which they have given us. So I can say you visit this website react.dev and start using this one, because this will be our official documentation from now on. So you can visit this website, and thank you guys for this video. Hello guys, welcome to CodeRug. Hope you are doing great. Once again, welcome to React.js complete series. In previous videos, we have discussed about major update that React team has released, which is from now on React.dev. This will be the official website for any React documentation. Now, in this video, we are going to learn about React component. And as we know, component are the building block of any React project, we can say, and it is one of the important feature which React provides us, and which is component. As we know, React is all about component. At first, I'm going to discuss in theory, which is what is component, why it is useful, why React component is so useful when we work around with any React project. After that, we will go through some practical and live example, how you can create a component, how you can create a child component, and how you can export and import component, and how the website building block is made up of component. So let's get started. You can see I have created one block, that is component. Now, as per the React official documentation, components are one of the core concepts of React. They are the foundation upon which you build your user interface, which make them the perfect place to start your React journey. Now, if I explain you in easy way, then components are the building block of UI or any React application or any project we create. Now, the components let you split UI into multiple reusable blocks. So, as you can see, this component block I have created. Now, component are of two types. One is class component and another one is functional component. Now, if I create again two blocks, this one is functional component, this one is class component. So according to React, component we can create in two different ways. One is functional component and another one is class component. Now you must be wondering, which way will we go through? The functional component, if I talk about the functional component part, they are the easy function which we create normally in JavaScript. But a class component, in this class component, you have to follow proper class object scenario. You have to create a class, you have to create an object, you have to create a method inside that one, you have to proper create a constructor in that one. So you have to make proper use case of classes. Somewhere this class component become very tricky to manage, and as the project goes from step by step, at that place class component, yes, some projects or some developer prefer class component, but in some way it is not quite easy for another developer to work upon that one. As per the recommendation of React, mostly they recommend to go with functional component. The reason is why but in the starting from the React, class component was used. The reason is because of lifecycle method. I will go into detail of lifecycle method, but class component make use of all the React lifecycle method very easily, and you have to very specific about the lifecycle method you are using inside the class component. But after React 16.8, so you can note of that one, after React 16.8 or we can say 16.8 version, React has introduced the concept of hooks. Because of hooks, if I give you the example of some of hooks like use state, use effect, use context, useReducer, so these are the hooks. There are many more. I will go through details of each hooks in the later video. But after coming of hooks, we can make use of all the life cycle. I will not say all the life cycle, but yes, majority of life cycle method, I can say 99% of life cycle method we can make use of inside functional component, and that's the reason they are more preferred if we are going for functional component, because as we are able to make use of lifecycle method, we will make use of functional component because they are easier to write, they are very easy to understand, and we don't have to write too much code for a single component, I can say. So this is all about component. And why it is useful? The reason is why we say React is all about component. The reason is why, as you can see, if I give you the example, one second, where is my, yeah. Now consider, this is your project, or you can say any web application. Now for any web application, there must be some header, there must be some footer, there must be some sections are there. Now you can say this section will be like you are listing a products, product 1, product 2, product 3, like this one. Like this one you are listing your product. Now this one is normal product listing page. So for this one, header will be a component, footer will be a component, product will be a one single component, and then we will make reuse of this single component for various products, because we will loop through one single component and we will list out all the products into your blocks. Now if I go to another page, now I can say product detail page. Now inside product detail page, there must be header, there must be footer, and I can say there must be one single product detail will be there. I will write it. I will write it product details. Now you can see we are reusing header component, we are reusing footer component, and we have product detail. Now there must be some side menu will be there. So I can say menu. As we are building e-commerce website, so there must be one search bar will be there on the top. So I can write search. Okay, so that means search bar or search box will also be a separate component. As we are moving from one page to another page, there has to be header, there has to be search bar, there has to be footer, and there has to be menu and product details. Now as the product detail get page we remove, there will be product, individual product list will be there. So this is the very basic example of why we need component, and that's why we are reusing component. Even if you take example of this Microsoft whiteboard website, the top menu, or we can say header, this will be a component, this will be another component, this side menu will be a separate component. As we are moving or as we are reusing different section or different pages, we are again reusing each component, and that's why React is all about component, because we divide our section into components and then we reuse those components so that we don't have to rewrite code again and again. We can make reuse of those component very easily. In previously I have told you that component we can write it into two different way, functional component and class component. Now if I show you how the functional component look like, this is our React project which is up and running, and if I go to app.js, you can see it is normal function which we normally write in JavaScript, function app, and then we are returning some JSX, and once you return something, it will get re-rendered to our UI, and once you open the UI part, This is how it look like, and this is our first component, we can say. Now you must be wondering how the class component will look like. I will give you the example, like just like a normal function we have created. This is for functional component. Now for the same, if we are going to write the class component, then we have to follow class app extends react dot component, and it will return something. So it will be render will be method inside that one, inside class, and this method will return some JSX. So it will return. Now if I want to return some kind of paragraph, then hello world. For one app component, you can see I have created one functional component, one class component. Now you can see the difference. For one single I can say app component, this much code we have to write, and we have to use the method of render. We have to return something again. If we are creating another method, if we are again reusing different lifecycle method, so we have to write too many lines of code. But this single app, or we can say component, we can really make use of functional component. So I'm just removing. So I will make a detailed video of how still some people or some developer prefer to use class component. So I will make a separate video on that one, and we will go through detail in that class component. But now I'm using functional component in this tutorial. Okay, so I've created the functional component. Now I will make multiple components to make use of how we can make a section of our UI. So I will create a folder first. So I will just name it. I have created header component. So every UI or every website has to be a header. After that, we are going to create another component. This can be our footer .js. And one thing you must make note of, guys, that the file name has to be, or our component name has to be in uppercase. We cannot make use of lowercase. So if we are writing or if we are creating any component file name, it has to be in uppercase. So we have created header, footer, and there must be one other component which is, I can say, like sidebar .js. Now I have created 3 components, and I will make use of these components inside our app.js. I'm going to make use of functional component. So at first I'm going to import React from React, and this will be our header component. So const header, and once we create header, we have to return something. So I'm returning like h1. I can return, this will be h1, and I will write something header. And once we create a component, we have to export it. Export default header. In this way, we can write our component. So you can see we have taken a variable header. It has to be same name as the file we have created. It is like normal function we have created, and from that function we are returning our JSX. Now in the same way, first I'm going to save this one. In the same way, I'm going to create our footer component. I'm going to reuse of that one. It will be footer, and it will be our footer. In the same way, sidebar we will make sidebar. This will be sidebar, and this will be sidebar. This JSX will be like normal HTML we can return. I already have created video on JSX, so you can make use of that one, what JSX is and why it is useful in React. Now I'm going to save this one. So I have created three component: header, footer, sidebar, and all these sections or all these modules we need in every website we made. I'm going to reuse these component inside app.js. At first I have to import these components. First I'm going to import header. So it will, once it automatically give me suggestion, and once I click enter on that one, it will automatically come to the folder path. Now header, welcome to CodeRuck, and I will write header. Now in the same way I'm going to import footer. I'm going to import another one which is sidebar. Now I have imported all the component. Now I'm going to use it inside our app.js sidebar. Sidebar will be in, I can say, in the middle. Okay, I'm going to save these files, and if I run this one, you can see header will be there, sidebar will be there, and footer will be there. That means first I have created three component, I can say parent component, and then I'm using these three component, or I can say these three modules or component inside our app.js, and this app.js will act as our parent component, and inside our parent component we are importing child component, and the child component will be header, sidebar, and footer. Now inside header we can have, now this header can also be act as a parent component. If I give the example, header component will act as a parent component if I create child inside this one, and child can be, suppose header we have a search bar, or we can have search bar. So I am going to create one new component which is search bar.js. I'm going to make reuse of this one, search bar, so it will be search bar, and in this search bar I'm going to return one input type, it will be text. Okay, this one I'm returning from my search bar, and this search bar component I'm going to use it inside our header. So for inside this one I have to import search bar. Once I import this one, return, I'm going to do in this way, there must be parent search bar header now. If you see the like example how it looks like, so inside header it will be a search bar. Now if you inspect it, you can see the difference. App component is our parent component. Okay, inside that one what we did, we have footer component, we have sidebar component, and we have another component which is header component. Now inside header component, this one is our header component. Inside our header component we have header h1 tag, and another one we are doing return of search bar, and this header component is acting as a parent component for our search bar. So in this way you can create a component, and you can import the component, you can export the component, you can create as much component you want in your application. But the only thing you need to remember is like, don't create too many components. Only create those component which component you want to reuse in your project or application. Now if you making this component, you have to export this component. For export, what we do, export default header. If you want to import the component, you have to import that specific component. So in this way you can able to create a component, you can make use of those components. This is how all the like the component features in React work. In later videos we will discuss about how you can create a class component, how you can pass. Now if I give you the example, like you have created, or we have one app component. Now there must be scenario we want to pass data from our parent component to child component. We want to pass data. How? Suppose we have a product component. Now in product component is there, and we have several product listing will be there. Now we want to pass data from our parent component to child component. How we want to pass data from parent component to child component? For that one we have something called props, by which we can able to pass data from parent component to child component. I have already created a section, separate section regarding use of props, how you can pass data, how you can make use of that one. So in the next video we will learn about props, we will learn about lifecycle method, we will learn about the class component. So this is all about component, how you can create the component, why it is useful, why we make use of component. So all these things we have covered in this video. So thank you guys, hope you like this video. Don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. Thank you guys. Hello guys, welcome to CodeRuck. Hope you are doing great. Once again, welcome to React.js complete series. In today's video, we are going to learn how you can change port of your React application. Let's get started. As we know, React application uses port 3000 to run your application. When we run the command npm start to run an application, it opens up the browser and you can see it uses the port 3000 to run your application. As I already have one React application which I have previously installed. Now if you see, I'm already running using the command npm start, and it automatically open up the browser. If not, then you can use this local URL to run your application. But in my case, it is automatically running. Now you can see it uses the port 3000 to run your application. By default, it uses 3000 port. This one is React application which I have created previously. So don't worry about this one. You can just check the port which my application is using. Now please note, there are 3 different ways to change port. Okay, so we are going to discuss how you can change port of your React application. There are 3 different ways to change port of your React application. First approach is setting up environment variable using command line cmd. That means in first approach we are going to set an environment variable using command line. This one is the command line, and once we set port into your application, then we can see the reflection of that one. We will go through details of this change, and we will see in the live practical way. The second approach is modify package.json file. In second approach, as you can see, whenever you install application, you always get one package.json file, and in this package.json file you can change the port, and then whatever port number you will give, that one you can able to see in your URL. Now the third approach is to install npm package, which is node package manager package you have to install in your application, and once you install that application package, you can able to set environment variable to that one, and then you can able to see that same port number to your application. Now at first we are going to see the live and practical way how you can change the port using CMD. At first you can see I have one URL which is already up and running. Now I'm going to change, or I can say I'm going to close this application. Now what I can do, you can see I'm already in my root of my project application, my first step. This is my root of my application. You have to go to your root of application, and then you can write set port and whatever port number you want to give. So in my case I'm giving 8000. Click enter. Once you make this one, again write a command npm start. Once you hit enter, it will take some while to run your application. So for that moment we can wait. Okay, it is starting. Okay, now you can see it changes my port from 3000 to 8000 and it is up and running. Now if you try to run the same one, it will not work because we have changed our port number to 8000. So this is the first approach we have tried, how you can change your port number. But please note, the port number which we have set is not persistent, means it is only recognized in the current session. If you, for example, close the window, you need to set up the environment variable again. That means if I close this terminal and then again if I go into root of my application and again if I write npm start, I will not able to see 8000 as my port number, because this is only for current session of your terminal. Again if I close this browser, it will get vanished. Now the second approach which we have seen is modify package.json file. Now in this approach what we can do, at first we will go to our application and open package.json file, and you can see script start, and that's what we write command npm start. Now what we can do, as I'm using window, so for window the command is set port, and right now I'm giving 3006 and because previously it was 3000 default one, after that we have changed to 8000. Now I'm doing 3006 as my port number. Now I'm going to close my terminal. I will save my file. Again I will go to root of my application and I will write cmd, and then I will write npm start. Once I hit enter, it says set port 3000 and React script start. Now it is again starting my development server. Okay, so that means it is now running on port number 3006. So we can just wait while it is loading up. But if you check the previous port, if you want to check is it running, no, it will not. Even the 8000 also, it will not run in any way. Only this 3006 will run. It is loading. Okay, so it is up and running. Now what we did, basically we just change package.json file, set port 3006. You can give whatever port number you want to give, and then just hit enter and write npm start, and it will open up your application with the latest port number which you have given. So that means this is the second approach we have tested. But once done, it will start your server and it will be up and running. And that means if you are running this application, even now, if you close this application, even after that, if you run npm start as well, it will open up that same port number which you have given. So that means it will be persistent for your project. Now the third approach is to install npm package. That means this is the third approach which we can follow to install npm package for setting up environment variable. In this case, I will use .env as a node package manager. So what I can do, .env as a package manager to save my environment variable. So this is node package manager. So this we can say it's a library of all the packages which you can able to use for your application. So I'm going to use .env. I'm just going to copy this command to install my application, this package. I will close this and npm install .env. So basically you have to go into root of your application and then just write npm i.env. I means install. It's like short form of install. So it is installing that same package. So we can just wait for that particular time period. And what it basically do was, this package will get installed, we have to create one .env file in the root of our project. That means this is our root where we have package.json and other files, package.log.json. So this is our root of our project. Now here we have to create .env1 file, and once we create that file, we can do port and then port number we want to give. Once we do that one, we can able to run the command npm start, and then it will have the same port which we have defined inside env variable. Okay, so that means this package is installed, you can say. Now what we can do, we can just verify. Okay, you can see in dependencies it is already installed. Now I will just remove this, the one which we have tested, the second approach we can say. Okay, now at what we can do, we have to create .env file in the root of our project. So we'll create one file .env, and once we create that file, what we can do, we can write port is equal to, now in my case I'm giving 6000. I will save this file. Now in package.json it is totally clean as it was by default one. Now I'm going to start npm start. Once I hit enter, again it will start the development server for us. But you can see all the previous port will not up and running because it is going to start the new port for us. Okay, it is starting the development server. Okay, there is some might be temporary down or maybe root. Okay, there is some configuration issue might be there, but you can see it is using the port number 6000 which we have defined in our env, or we can say environment variable. That means we have tested all the three approaches to change our port number. First, changing through cmd, modify JSON file, and by installing node package manager. But one thing you have to be careful, whatever port number we are defining, those port number has to be whitelisted on your server. Now if I'm using suppose 8000 port number, now if that 8000 port number is not whitelisted or it is not configured in your server, then it will not work for your application. So always be careful while using those port numbers. So we have seen all the three ways to change your port number. Thank you guys. Don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. Thank you guys. Hello guys, welcome to Kodak. Hope you're doing great. Once again, welcome to React.js complete series. In today's video, we are going to discuss and talk about some of React advantages and disadvantages. As we know, every technologies which we use in programming has some advantages and disadvantages. So same with React as well. That means React also has some pro and cons which we are going to discuss in deeper, because those advantages and disadvantages will be useful when you are going to build your project. By considering those pro and cons, you can build your application in much more cleaner way, because you must be aware what are the pros and what are the cons, and if there is some cons, how you can get rid of those cons. So let's get started. At first, we are going to discuss what is React, not in too depth, but some basic idea of that one. I already have created separate video on what is React, so you can check that one. And after that, we are going to discuss some React pro and cons. At first, as we know, we use React for building user interface. So we can say React is not a framework, it's a library. So once we are using any library, we can use other libraries, other packages as well to build user interface. So React is all about building user interface. There are other libraries as well, which we can say React Native is there in the market, which is also managed by Facebook. So that one you can use to build mobile application. But mainly React, which we use, it's basically for user interface, or we can say web application. And after that, it's a great library, and it's a I can say one of the most powerful front-end library which we are using nowadays as compared to other, I can say, AngularJS and Vue.js. Now we are going to discuss some advantages and disadvantages of React.js. Now at first, React has some advantages, which is virtual DOM, reusable components, large community, SEO friendliness, easy to understand and easy to use, React developer tool, one-way data flow and Redux. So these are all, I can say, advantages of React which we can see. At first, if we consider virtual DOM, as we know, if we run any web application, it create our browser creates a virtual DOM, or we can say DOM tree of our application, and it is really useful for any browser to understand what nodes are there and how the parent and child communication are working. So if I can give you the example, suppose this is my React application which is up and running. Now if I go to top one doc type HTML, now if I go to properties, in properties you can able to see this is the name, next, sibling, parent and all these ones. Now if I go to HTML1, it also has children's nodes are there, you can say child nodes. If I just open child nodes, so what are the child nodes are there? Head, text, body and one Grammarly, something is coming up. Now if I close this one, you can see head, body and Grammarly is there. Now if you click on head one also, it must also has some child nodes, which is text, meta, text, link. So these are the child nodes are there, or we can say elements are there, tags are there. And inside this one, if you click on that one, it must contain some data which it has. Suppose if I open head one also, meta is there. Now in meta you can see there's some URL is there. After that local name is there, so some data must be there, outer HTML. So this is how browser create a DOM structure of your application, and it is really useful for any browser to make any changes. Suppose if you are making changes to this particular meta tag, then it browser will easily able to understand, okay, this particular node needs to be removed or updated. Now why React is powerful? Because it uses the concept of virtual DOM. What is virtual DOM? It is basically, it's a tree structure of XML, HTML or XHTML. In other words, a virtual DOM representation of document object model. However, this DOM tree is not enough that faster for React.js. Now in case of virtual DOM, what React do is, this one is the DOM structure which browser create. Now there is a separate virtual DOM which React create for itself. Now if you are making any changes in the UI, suppose if I'm making any changes, if I'm loading any component, if I'm passing any data, now what React do, it compare its virtual DOM with the updated one and the pre-updated one. Now by comparison, React figure out, okay, this particular or element needs to be updated in this real DOM. So we can say the DOM which is created by the browser, it's a real DOM. Now once React figure out, okay, this particular DOM element needs to be updated, only that particular one will be get updated to the real DOM. And because of that, you can see there is no refresh in the page, and it is much more faster. Now you must be wondering, we can go with jQuery, we can go with the Ajax. Yes, you can go with this one, but there has some limitation. You can only able to update or mutate to that particular page. Now if you are going for one page to another page, you are not able to manage that much content or that much data which you can able to manage by the React application. Now the another one is reusable component. Now you must be, or you have seen several videos or several tutorials, or we can say React is all about component. Why? Because each and every module or each and every section you create, for that one you have to create a component. I already have one React application. If you go to src components, now in this one I have created footer component, header component, sidebar, search bar. So all these components I have created. Now every pages I need to, or I am able to reuse those components, because I am not going to create header and footer for each component, or we can say each and every section or pages. Now this web application is up and running. I can say this one is up and running. So this is the landing page. Now if I'm going to another page, then that page must have some header, must have some footer, must have some sidebar. Now I can able to reuse those component in my next page. So that's why we call React is all about component. Now the third one is large community. Why we say? Because React has some, I can say, most useful or large community is there, because a lot of developers are connected with each other, and they are able to manage, bugs and every discussion which, if you are facing any issue, because it is one of the most powerful front-end library in the market nowadays, and because of that it has large community. You can able to see a lot of videos, you can able to see a lot of tutorials are there which you can able to solve any issue if you are facing. SEO friendliness, this is the fourth advantages of React. So search engine optimization is equally important as the content itself. So SEO is also important, and it should be considered even before developing a website. Now even if you are developing any website, or if you are planning to develop any website, you must have to think about the SEO part. But why we are talking about the SEO part? Because if you are building any application, you want that application to be aware to the user. They must be know, okay, there is application, and how they will able to know because of the SEO part. Because if you search anything, suppose if you're building a blogging application, now you have uploaded several content, but if as a user, if you are searching any content and if that search content is not mapping with what you have uploaded in your website, then you will keep uploading the content, but it is not mapping with the SEO measures. So you need to have that follow part, and SEO is and React is somewhere, as this is JavaScript library, so it is actually one of the best tool for creating SEO web application. And the fifth one is easy to understand and easy to use. As it is a library, so React is much more easy to understand and much more easier to use, because I have created other videos in which you can see how you can able to create component, how you can able to create other custom component, how you can map those components, how you can embed component into one and another. So these things you can able to check this one. So as it is a library, so you can say you can able to reuse other libraries as well, other packages as well, if now React doesn't provide the routing part. So for routing part you have to use another library or another npm package, and then through that package you can able to fulfill your routing part. And because of that you use routing part, you use some library for security purpose, some library for other purpose which you can find. Suppose if you want to implement the bootstrap part, for that one you can able to use libraries are there, because it is not very much restrict yourself to make any changes or to make anything work as per your need. But if you talk about the library part, they have some set of rules, set of data, set of scenario which you have to follow when you are passing data from one to another component, or we can say from one page to another page. So you are not allowed to make so many changes to that application or a framework, because you are so much restricted to that framework, and you have to follow that proper flow. Now the seventh one is React developer tool. As I am running this React application, so React provide developer tool for us. Now why it is useful? It is useful because if I show you the developer tool, one second, this is the component. So this React provides us the developer tool. You can able to search and you can able to basically you have that facility, so you can search this one and Google will provide you, and you can able to use this one. Now why it is useful? Now this is my application, header is app is there, app is the root component. After that I'm using header component, sidebar is there, footer is there. Okay, now inside header we are using search bar, as you can see through that parent and child node. Now in header component there must be some props. We will talk about the prop part. Prop is there, sidebar, in that one also some props are there. Whenever you are passing any data, whenever you are doing any manipulation, you can easily able to see the reflection and where the issue is coming and what other issues you are facing. So that changes you can able to, even now you can able to mutate anything, change anything. So that one you can able to make any changes through that one, and while it is getting rendered you can able to map, okay, from where your data is getting flow from one component to another component, from I can say props or through state. So all these things you can able to see in very cleaner way once you have application up and running. Now the other advantage is one-way data flow. Now React uses one-way data flow, either from component to view or view to component. As it is useful because when you are passing the data, it will go from view to component to make any changes to the component. Now if once the manipulation part is done, the data will be flow from component to view, and it is really useful because when you are making any changes you don't have to very much dependent on from data flow, because you are must be aware, okay, I am flowing data from one way, that means from component to view or view to component. And the other advantage is Redux. Why Redux is useful? Based on single page application, when there are multiple components sitting on one page and update dynamically without reloading the entire page. Now all this sound very simple and smooth, which is until your components start talking to each other. That means when the component we are start passing data from one component to another component. Let's say you have a web page and there are few forms component which contain large form and lot of controls. Few tables components are there, sidebar, header, footer, just like we have seen. Also you might want to update some header. Now we are passing some data and we want to update some header with a new record is created. Now here our table component has some dependency on the form component. So whenever we are creating a component, there must be some kind of dependency must be there when we are creating tables, when we are creating any components, as this make data unstable because there is lot of data flow is there and we don't know when the latest data will get rendered or not. So in this state, to make that all components are in sync with the latest data, we need to have a manager, or we can say we need to have one system, or we can say one package which we can use and manage our data. Now here the Redux come. Redux force component to avoid talking to each other directly or bring dependent on each other. Instead, components send data to Redux and it's responsibility of Redux to update the component with new data. This way components are always updated with the latest data available without having to depend on each other. So this is all about Redux, how it manages the data. Now we are going to discuss some cons as well, or we can say disadvantages of React as well. Lack of proper documentation. Yes, now the React has updated its documentation part. Now we can go with React.dev. Yes, React.dev documentation, I can say much more cleaner as compared to the previous documentation which we are using. But still, it is not that much clear because every action or every component or every module and every state, they haven't described in that much depth. So sometimes it create an issue for us to manage those things, and that's where we follow or we go with community. And because they have large community, React has large community, and we go with large community and to get help of our issue. Speed development, that means React keep updating itself very fast, and sometimes if you are building your application right now, after few months or few days they updates those stuff, and again you have to make updation in your web application, and somewhere it is very much tricky to manage those things because they are not very much planned. Okay, after one certain year or certain duration they will update that part. Because of not having that one, they keep updating their stuff, and sometimes it become really difficult for developer to adopt those changes. Now JSX, as we know JSX, most people will consider JSX as a advantages rather than a disadvantages, and yet there are some people might find JSX as disadvantages. In simple term, JSX is a JavaScript extension that can make code more readable and clean. If you see JSX how it look like, because this is one in the JSX, because if you are using JavaScript, you are not allowed to write or add HTML, but through JSX we are able to make it work done. We are returning, we have div, we are returning header, sidebar component we are returning. So this is all how the JSX will look like. Seems like there are only upside route. It is a mix of HTML and JavaScript. JSX make React more difficult to learn, and that may are not very much friendly with some of the developer. So sometimes they find it very difficult to add HTML, but for me as a developer, I really don't feel as an obstacle because JSX allow us to add an HTML in our JavaScript, and which is much more easier for us to add any HTML without thinking how we gonna, because we don't want to follow create element, create root and all this path, because it is much more complex. Here you have to write clean HTML. Now, problem with the SEO. Yes, as we know, JavaScript is a single page application. Now you will not able to see any render, or we can say no refresh in the page. Now if you are going from one page to another page, now you have product page, product detail page, product listing page. So all these pages are there. Now if you are going from one page to another page, there is no refresh in the page, only the content get changes. Now as a SEO part, Google always crawl your web application to get the pages. Now if Google is crawling your pages, now it only able to see the landing page. It will not able to see the product detail page, product listing page, other products page, because it is only dependent upon your action which you are performing. It is not get crawled very easily. So sometime, or most of the time, it is a problem with the SEO part. And fifth one is React based on third party packages. Yes, as it is a library, it is not a framework. As it is library, so we need to use other libraries to make our things work, or to make our application up and running, because React doesn't provide the routing part. Okay, now if I go to another page, suppose we want to go to product detail page, React will not allow us. For that one, we have to use router as a package in our React application. Now we have to use Redux to manage our states. If we want to sync our data from one component to another component, so for that one we have to use Redux. So in the same way, we have to use another packages or another libraries to make our complete application. So React only provides us the base. Okay, here is your base, and on top of that one, use another libraries and make use of them, and then you can able to see your application up and running. So that means this is all about React advantages and disadvantages. I hope you like this video. Thank you guys. Don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. Thank you guys. Hello guys, welcome to CodeRug. Once again, welcome to React.js complete series. In today's video, we will discuss and learn about React props. I can say it's in one of the most important topic in React series, which is React props. Let's get started and learn the use cases of React props. At first, we will discuss about in definition, that is React props, and after that we will go and check some live example how you can able to implement React props in your application. Props are argument passed into React component, and props are passed to component by an HTML attribute. And props stand for properties. One of the most key point you can make note, that is props are read-only or immutable in nature. That means whenever you declare component or function or class, it must never modify props. Now you must be wondering why we are saying props again and again, because as we know, props stand for properties, but it's a shortcut. Now if I give you example of normal JavaScript function, suppose just like I have created normal function sum, and there I am passing, first I have taken two variable a and b, and then I am returning sum of these two variable, and at last I am doing console log of this sum function and passing 2 3 as a argument. Now we can say 2 3 that we are passing as a property to our sum function, and based on the property we have passed, we are making sum of that property and returning it. As we know, we will get the output of 5. This is the normal JavaScript use cases we have seen. Now we will see how you can able to implement in your React application, or you can able to pass props to your component from one component to our another component or from parent to child component. You can see I already have one React application which is up and running, and I have one root app component which is app.js, which is also running up and fine. Now I have created one about.js component. Now what we gonna do, we gonna pass first we gonna call about.js component or about component in our app component. So at first we will include that one, or we can say import about, and then we will call it. So this is about page. So this is the same, I can say, JSX that I'm writing from about us page. Now I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to define, as we have already said, props are passed to component by HTML attribute. So that means whenever we have to pass props, we have to pass as a HTML attribute to another component, or we can say child component. So I'm passing props and about, and attribute name I'm giving title. So it up to you, whatever name you want to give, you can able to give it. So title, my first about component props. So this is the title that I'm passing from our root app component to our child component, which is about as a props, and this is title as a attribute. I can say it's my custom attribute which I'm passing. So I have written in this format. Now I will go to about.js component, and there I will write props. This is the same. I can write any name whichever I want. It's not necessary that I will write props, but it's a standard which by which another developer will able to know that we are passing some properties from one component to another component, and we can able to grab it in this one. Now if I do console.log, then you can able to see what I'm getting. So I will just go to inspect. Okay, so I'm getting some object, and in that object we have title and some other stuff. So that means whenever we are passing props, we get props as an object. That the another thing you can make note of it. So that means what we did, from our app component we have passed, or at first we have created our custom attribute, and in that custom attribute we are passing some data, and in about us page we have taken props, and then once we are doing console.log, whenever we are getting or whenever we are passing props, we can pass as a normal HTML attribute, but whenever we are receiving as in props, we always get as an object. So that means we are getting object in which we have title. Now props, I will take let title and I will write props, and this will be title. So you must be aware it's like normal JavaScript scenario in which if you want to extract properties from an object, then we use props.title, and now we have title. So I will do, this is JSX syntax that I am using. Now if I open your browser, so you can see my first about us component props that we have finally received. So this is how we pass props from one component to another component. Now suppose if I am having multiple props we want to pass. Now I can say this is the title and we want to pass description as well. So I can add this is test description for props. Now here I'm passing two props, one is title, another one is description. Now if I go to about page, now again if I do console.log, then you can see the difference. Now Here previously you can see we were only getting title as an object. Now we are receiving one single object, but it has description and title. That I already told you that whenever we are receiving props, we will get as object. So that means now we are receiving description and title, because we are passing two props from our app, or we can say root component. Now same process we will follow again. That's how we extracted it. Now we can do one more thing. We can write dsc. So one thing you can make note, that the title and description, it has to be same name as the custom attribute we have passed. Otherwise it's like normal object, from object we are getting the data, so it has to be same name. And description, I will write paragraph, and then inside that one we are doing outputting as JSX, and then if I do, this is the test description for props. So this is how we pass props from one component to another component, which is very useful once we go into deeper complex application. Once we start creating this one, this is a normal general use case how you can pass data from one component to another component using props. And it is very useful when we have content, or suppose if I give you the example, suppose we have multiple product listing we want to show in our page. Now what we gonna do, we will create one single product listing component, or we can say product component. Now that one product component, we will import it into our root component, and then we will call an API. From an API we will get in data. Once we get in data, we will loop through that data, and we will pass we will keep passing single data to our listing component through props. So we will pass product detail or product, and then we will pass single data which we are making, or which we are getting from loop. And then once we pass the data, we will get into our product page, and then we extract it through props, and then we can able to make list of that one. So that's why props are really useful, and it is one of the most important feature in props, or in case of React, to pass data from one component to another component. That's all in this today's video. Hello guys, welcome to CodeRug. Once again, welcome to React.js complete series. In today's video, we will discuss and learn about React props.children feature. At first, we want to know what is props.children. So, as per the theory, props.children is a special prop which can be passed automatically to every component, that can be used to render the content included between opening and closing tag when invoking a component. Now this is all theory. We will take example, or we can say live example, how you can able to implement props.children feature in your React application. And I can say this is one of the most important feature which we will see in a live example. So this is one React application up and running, and I have this app.js root component, and I already have created one component about.js, and this about.js component is accepting some props, and this props I'm rendering by using JSX. Now what I can do, at first I will just import this about component. Okay, now you can see I am accepting two props, that is title and description. So I will define as test title and description as well, test description. Okay, now if I save this one, and this is what I'm getting once I'm passing props. Now to understand how props.children work, I will give you the example. Suppose you have this application. Now what we can do, we will create a page wrapper, or we can say container, which will wrap all the content between that page. So you can say, suppose this is my app.js, and in between that one we have about JS component that is getting rendered. Now the content will be wrapped, which we are passing in between that page wrapper component. So at first I will do one thing. I will create page wrapper.js component, and I will just import React from React, const page wrapper, and it will return something, and it will accept props, and I will export default page wrapper, and this will be, it will at least have one root div. Am I missing something? Oh, sorry, it will be like this one. Okay, fine. Now I will just import this page wrapper, and I will wrap about component with my page wrapper. Okay, once I wrap this one, I have how I can able to get data which I'm passing is by props dot children. Okay, child are in children. Okay, now if I inspect this one, how you can see the difference is the body, root, app. Now this is the about page which is getting wrapped with my page wrapper component. So I will add one class so that you can able to see class name page wrapper. Okay, so you can see about page is getting wrapped with page wrapper, and that's what props.children says. So that means whatever content or whatever data we will pass between opening and closing, it will be get wrapped, and that one we can able to access through props.children. And where it can be useful, suppose that's, I already have given example. You have a page web application. Now you have created one container, or we can say one body, or we can say one div, and inside that div you have created some design and layout. And instead of making each and every for pages, what you can do, you can create one wrapper, and in that wrapper you can pass component or data, and then you can able to accept as props.children, and that's where it can be really useful. And that is how props.children work. So this is the only use case of props.children. You pass the data in between opening and closing, and you can able to render it props.children. That's all in this today's video. Hello guys, welcome to CodeRug. Once again, welcome to React.js complete series. In today's video, we will discuss and learn about styling your component using CSS. That means how you can add styling to your component in React.js. As we know, if we build any website, then we definitely need styling part in any web application. As we know, CSS stands for cascading style sheet, and it is used to format the layout of a web page. You must be familiar with the CSS part definitely. With CSS, you can control the color, the font size, text, and all these things. And you can change the background and all these things. And you can make layout for different devices and different screen depending upon how responsive you are making your web application. Let's get started. So there are three different ways by which you can add styling to your component, or we can say React application. First one is inline styling, second one is CSS style sheet, and third one CSS module. So that means these are the three different ways by which you can make your component more attractive, or you can say you can add styling to your component. Now we will see one by one how you can make it. At first you can see I have one React application which is very much clean and no CSS is there. Now at first we will see how you can add inline style to your application, or we can say component. Now if I go to my root component, or we can say app.js, because this is the one which is included in index.js. You can see app, this one is imported. So now what we gonna do, at first you can see this color. Now I want to add style. So normally in HTML also, if you want to add any style, then you always write style as an inline one, so that you can able to add CSS part. So same here also, I will write style, but I will write curly braces first, and then again inside that curly braces. Now why we are doing this one? Because if you have to write inline CSS to your component, or we can say in React application, then you have to add as an object. Now that means color I'm giving as red. Now if I save this one, you can see it is changed to red. That means, as we know, we use curly braces to add any JSX to your component. But now if you are adding style, that means if you have to add style, or we can say inline style, then you need to give as object. So if I have to add more like background color, and I'm giving as suppose light blue. Now background color will be added. But you must be wondering, in normal CSS when we write, or we can say to any HTML, if we write inline style, then we don't write in camel case. We normally write plain HTML like this way. But as we know, we have to pass inline style as an object. So that means in object, if you are defining JavaScript object, that means this hyphen will not work. So that means we have to change this to like this one. Then only React will not throw any error, and you can able to see the reflection. That means if you have any text like background color, if it is background image, background attachment, all these things, it needs to be in camel case. If it is font size and all these ones, so you need to make it camel case, then only it can work for you. But you must be wondering how it is working, because behind the scene React.js is making in that way normal CSS. Like if I give you the inspect one, then you can able to see it is showing me color red and background hyphen color light blue. So behind the scene it is getting converted to normal CSS, but when you are writing this one you have to write in this camel case format. So this is the first way how you can add inline style to your component or React application. Now there is much more different way we can do. You can create object as well. That means if I, because normally we are passing object, so that means what we can do, we can define like head style and it will be an object. So we can write the same stuff and we can pass head style to this one, so it will work. So in this way also you can make it. So if you have more text, more forms and more buttons is there, so you can create separate inline object and then you can pass it like JSX. So this is how you can add inline style to your component. Now there is another way which we said is like adding a CSS style sheet. So I will remove this one, or what we can do, I will create a folder components, and in that component I'm going to add one file that is inline. It will be, suppose it will be form.css. okay, and then we have to import, oh sorry, it needs to be JS. Sorry, don't save, it will be JS. Okay, now I have to import React from React, and then we have to define as a arrow function form and then it will return something, and for this one I will write div and here I will define form. Okay, and it will be like input type text. Okay, only this one I am defining right now, and right now I will export this one, export default form. Okay, up to that one everything seems correct. Okay, now same form I'm going to import it in my app.js. so it will be import form. Okay, now I'm going to add it to my app.js. okay, so it will be rendered. Okay, this one is the input box which we have added inside form. So I will just give the label as well, name, and it will be shown like this one. Okay, so that means this is how I have added form component inside my app component. Okay, so that means now what we're gonna do, we will define one CSS file inside component. So I will name it form.css, and in that form.css I will add not too much but basic styling for my input. Okay, so it will be I will just give the class name as input hyphen box. Okay, and then same I'm going to, as we know, if we have to add css or if we have to add class, then we always give dot. And here I will write with, it will be, so in this here, or we can say if you are adding style sheet, then you can able to write plain css without any issue, 100%. And after that I will add some padding like 12 px. After that I will add some border, and border will be like 1 px solid, and some color will also I give. And after that I will just add border radius as well, and it will be 4 px. So let's see how it looks like, but before that one we have to import it. Import it will be like, because we are importing this one, form.css. That's how I will import it. And if I refresh this one, you can see something had changed. Previously it was not very much nice, but as you can see I have added with 100%, so that's why it is a bit large. If I add 50%, it is like this one, or if I remove, it's 10%. Okay, so you can see the form input get changed if we have used the second way how you can style your component. So in this method, or in this second type, what we did, we created a form.css file, and then we are importing this one. And once we are importing this one, we have defined a class name, input box, and then I'm just writing plain css just like we normally write for any web application. That means this is how the second method follows. You can able to make it in this way. And if you inspect this one, you have this css part. That means this is how you can add styling to your component. Now third way, or I can say one of the most important way by which you can add styling to your component. And why I'm saying it is most important, because it is one of the standard way to add styling to your component. And in most of the application you will see that inline styling and style sheet is not that much preferred, but the css module part is much more preferred, and they are heavily used in any React application. So for this one I'm just closing all my other application. Okay, so again I'm going to create new file, that is, and I will now name it login.js. okay, and I will import React from React, and after that I will const login, and I will have to return something, and then at last I have to export default, and it will be login. Okay, now I will add some predefined one. Okay, now I already have one HTML, that one I'm going to add first. It is normal form one, login form HTML that I have written. So you can see we have form, input, label, and all these things. Now if I'm going to import the same, just like we did for form one, login from login. Okay, now if I import this one, now you can see there's no styling part, nothing. Now what we gonna do, At first we will create a file, that is inside the same component folder I'm going to create one file, and I will name it login.module.css. So in third way, whenever you are writing or whenever you are creating file for CSS, then you always have to include module as keyword, we can say. That one you always have to include. So if just like if I were writing for form.css, then it will be form.module.css. So module word needs to be prefixed before .css extension which you are giving for your file. So this is the first one. Okay, I did this way. Now I will write some CSS for my login.js. So that means I definitely have some CSS part which I'm going to include. So this is right now I just created the file only, and now I'm going to include some designing part as well. Okay, and for the designing one, I'm not going to do like a lot of changes and lot of things inside this one, but the basic styling part I'm going to make it. So I already have written some designing part, so I'm just going to copy and paste inside this one. So you can see in this module.css also, it is plain CSS which we have written inside form.css, normal CSS without object anything, normal CSS which we write in any web application. This is how the same CSS you have to write, but the extension, or we can say the file name, has to be module.css. So that means the module keyword you always have to give. And there's one more difference you can see once we run our application. And now what we did, we have to import this module.css. So for this one, what we have to do, import, or we can say login style from. So import is different as compared to what we were importing for the form.css. Here we have to import as login.style from login.module.css. In this case, file name feature will get changed, importing also will get changed. Why we are changing this one? Because once we add style and all these ones, you can see here, you can see we have added container, class name as container. Now it needs to be in JSX, so it will be like dot, it will be container, like in this way. Okay, and after that same thing you have to follow. That means what we are doing, whatever we are importing from login.module.css, that one we are passing as an object, because here we are getting in the same way. And for this one, there's another class name will be there. Okay, there's no class name. Now if I refresh this one, you can see some changes will be there. You can see our whole login design get changed. Why it get changed? Because we have imported in this way. Now the biggest difference you can see, and one more important point you can make note, the CSS inside a module is available only for that specific component that you have imported it, and you don't have to worry about the conflict part, because it is separated, or you can say once you run the application, it is separated for each and every component. Now you can see the class name they have added the prefix part login hyphen container and some coding, or you can say some encoding part they have added to your class. This is how it works for you. Login is the file name, and after that container is the class name, and then some encoding they have added. So that's why it is unique for each and every component. And you can see the plain CSS we have added here. You can see the inline CSS we have added. It is plain CSS they are adding without encoding and anything. The class name we have included in input box. This is for the form 1, and for form 1 what we did, we have created one style sheet, and there also no encoding, nothing is there. But for the module 1 they have added encoding and other thing. If you make any other changes, suppose if I make like this login one is there, okay, so I will name it like now input box, okay, and I will remove this one, and this input one I will add as a class name, and it will be JSX. So what we are inputting through the login style dot. Now you can see the difference in this input. For the input box as well, they will add some designing. Now you can see login input fox and then some design, because what we did is input fox there. It will be input box. It will be input box. Okay, so I will just update my class name with these two. Now you can see login input box and then some encoding they have added. So that means whenever you run your application and whenever you create your application, then you always include CSS through third method, which is module.css. The reason is same, it gives you encoding, and it is, and once you, and it will be unique for each and every component, and it is not very easy for anyone to understand, you know, what CSS you have written behind the scene for what file and all this one, and it is much more preferred way for using CSS in your application. I hope you will get to know like all these three different way to add CSS in your project. That's all in today's video. Hello guys, welcome to CodeRuck. Hope you are doing great. Once again, welcome to React.js complete series. In today's video, we will discuss and learn about how you can implement event handlers in your React application. As we know, if you are building any application, no matter if it is on React or if it is on any other platform, then we need to work on events, because events can be of many types. Just like I have noted down some events like on click, on focus, on blur, on submit. So it depends upon which functionality you are implementing. So depending upon that one, you have to implement those events. Now in case of React, it is bit different, as you are handling in normal HTML, or we can say JS, JavaScript. So it is bit different, but overall concept remains same. Once you click an event will get triggered, and based on what event you are triggering, you can have the response, you can have the data, and whatever argument you are passing, you can have that in your method. Now at first we will see how you can work with event handler in React. Now you can see I have one React application, clean React application, and it is up and running. Now at first what I'm going to do, I will create one event. So event can be const, I will name it like print name. So this is my event name, and what am I going to do? I will console.log hello react click. So this is the output that I'm going to print in console. Now what am I going to do? I will take a button, and after that I will write click here. Now as I have taken a function, then I need to pass, or I can say I have created one event, then I am going to use on click event handler. Now what I will do, in case of JS, what we do on click, and then we do in this way. After that we pass opening closing parenthesis, but this is not how you gonna implement in React. In order to work with React, what we do, we have to pass at JSX like in this way. Now if I run this one, and if I just open the console part, now if I click here, now you will have the console.log output. Okay, but you must be wondering why we haven't given opening closing parenthesis. It is because if we add opening closing parenthesis, it will get executed when it is passed. So that means once our application get passed, it will get executed at the same moment, and now if we gonna trigger that one, it will not work. So that's why we remove those ones, and this is the use case, and we can say this is the feature. That's how we have to implement the any React event handling part. Now same, if you run this one, this is how it works. Now you must be wondering, if you have to pass any data, or we can say if you have to pass any argument, how you gonna pass to your method. Now for that one, what we gonna do, at first we'll do opening closing parenthesis, and then we'll write our method name, or we can say function name, and then we can pass data like this is argument data. That message or text I'm passing to my method, that is print name, and then we have to grab that data. So I will write data, and same I will do the console.log. Okay, now if I run this one, and if I click, you can see you are getting your expected output. So that's how you have to pass data, or we can say argument data, to your function or method in React application. And this is two different way by which you can work with event handling part in React application. So that's how you have to work with this one. So the first method was, if you don't want to pass any data, then you normally have to pass that one. That means like if you have to pass like button on click, so this is the first way. If you don't want to pass any data, then you can follow this way. But if you have some data, then for that one you have to follow the different way, that is click, and this is JSX part, and then our method name, and then my data, and then click, and I will close this one. That means there's two different way. If you don't have any data, then you can use the first way, and if you want to pass any data, then you can use this second way. And so that's all. That's how you can pass data to your React application, or you can work with event handling part in React application. So that's all in today's video. Now in next video we will learn about other topics. So that's all. Thank you guys. Don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome to Kodrak. Hope you are doing great. Once again, welcome to React.js complete series. In today's video we are going to discuss and learn about default props in React. So that means how you can set default prop in your React application or your components. As we know, React is one of the most powerful front-end library which we are using nowadays. So sometime we might have face an issue, just like we use props to pass data from our parent component to child components, but sometime if we are supposed to get value from our parent component but we didn't get as desired value, so in that scenario our child component might face an exception, or we can have error. Now I'm going to show you how we pass data, and after that we will see how to set a default props. At first I'm going to create one folder, name as new folder, and then components, and inside that one I'm going to create new file, and I will name as product.js. okay, and it will be same import React from React, and after that it will be const product, and then it must return something. So what I'm gonna return is like, it will be product name, after that product price. Okay, let's take only these two text we want to display for the particular product, and after that we will default export and product. Now we want to show any data, then for what we will take props, that's what we want to display, and we know that prop always return an object, so that means product props dot name, and here it will be product dot price. Okay, all set. Okay, it will be export default product. Okay, now I'm gonna import the same product into my app component. So it will import product from product. Okay, and I'm gonna pass this one, and what parameter I'm showing here, name and price. Okay, so same I'm gonna pass, name will be suppose mobile, and price will be like suppose 10,000. okay, same here. Now if I give the view, you can see I have product name mobile and product price as 10,000, which we can see, or which we are displaying whatever props we are sending from parent component to child component. Now there must be scenario like if I list it again, if I reuse this product component again to show my product, and this will be like laptop, and it can be like more price. Here again we have product name laptop and some price. Now what we can do to achieve default prop feature is like, there might be scenario if we don't have name and price, right? Now if I don't pass, you can say if I'm not passing anything, it will be blank. But if I remove the property or the prop name, there will be some issue will be there. If I remove this price as well, okay, now once I refresh this one, it will not display anything because we are not passing any data. Okay, now if I pass this one, it will have some data. Now there might be scenario if we don't pass any data, but in your UI it will be an empty or null value will be displayed. Or we can say if you are listing a product in your website, then by the time your props or data is getting loaded, so you want to show some default like we have seen in several website or e-commerce application, like by the time data is getting fetched, we show default product name, or we can say we show default product image as a default image. In the same way we can achieve this feature here as well. So what we have to do, we will go to our product component, and I'm not passing anything, and here what we can do, product dot default props, and then I will name as what parameter I'm using, name, and so name will be default name, and it will be an object, so that means price will be, suppose I want to show like 500 as a default price. Now once we did this one, now if you refresh your application, it will get automatically refreshed, that means hot reload. Now you can see I'm not passing any data, or we can say any props in the second product listing. In the first one I'm passing mobile and some price, but in second one I'm not passing. Now our product component, or we can say product child component, has two name and price which I'm displaying, but the second one I'm not passing any data. In that case it is taking the default props which we have set. So that means this is how you can achieve this functionality in your React application if you want to display any data as a props. That means default props is a React component property that allow you to set default value for your props argument. That means if the props property is passed in just like this one, it will be changed. It will be changed. Default property can be defined as a property of component class itself, or we can say we can achieve this functionality in both class component and functional component. In both the scenarios we can achieve this functionality. So this is how you can achieve this functionality, we can say. And that's all in this video. I hope you understand how you can set default props in your React application. That's all. Thank you guys. Hope you like this video. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome to CodeRuck. Hope you are doing great. Once again, welcome to React.js complete series. In today's video, we are going to discuss and learn about how you can pass data from child component to your parent component in your React application. And I can say this is an important feature if you want to pass data from our child component to parent component. Normally what we do, we have one parent component, and from parent component we pass data to our child component, which is very easy. We use props for that one. But if we want to reverse process, how we gonna implement that same thing in your React application? So in this video we will learn how you can implement this feature. At first you can see I have one React application which is up and running. Now what I can do, I will create one component and I will name as child.js, and after that in my app.js, first in child I will import React from React, and after that I will define const child, okay, and it will return something. So I will take it div, and inside that one I will just, in starting I will name p, that is child component, and this child component will accept some props, and after that I will export default child. Okay, once I did this one, it's like basic skeleton which we have to define for any React application. Now I'm gonna import this same child component in our parent component. So I will just import child from child, and I will render it in my, okay, once I did this one, now you can see I'm getting child component which we have defined as a paragraph in our child component. That means now what we are doing, we have imported, or which right now we have defined child component inside our parent component. Now we will pass data. So at first what we will do, we will define one props like on handle event, okay, and the prop which we have defined, it will have some, we can say, callback function on which it will handle something. So I will write it handle event, and now once we define this one, that means we have to define this callback, or we can say handler const, and I will simply do the console.log once we have the data part. Now we are going to receive some data from our child component. So that means we will write handle data as a props, or we can say argument, which we are going to receive. Okay, so this part is done. Now the prop which we have defined on handle event, we will do, or we will take inside this one props. So what we can do, in order to call the props or to receive the data, what we can do, props dot on handle event. Now here we can pass some data. Now we want to pass data by some action or event, we can say. So for that one, what we can do, we'll take a button and I will name it as child button, and once I click this button, some action needs to be performed. So I will name it handle click, and once I click this one, it will, an event get triggered, and once the event get triggered, I want to pass data from my child component to parent component. So we have defined this one. Now let's take some dummy data. So I will take const, and this will be like employee data, and employee must have some name. I will name as Kodrak, and it will have some address. It will be another object, and inside that one I will name as IN. Okay, so this is the default or dummy data which I'm gonna pass from child component to parent component. Now this data I'm going to pass here. Now all the settings done. Now let's run and check. Okay, so I need to open my console. Okay, now if I click, okay, so application is running fine. Now if I click on child component, now you can see once I'm clicking child button which we have defined inside child component, we are receiving or we are doing console.log data in our parent component, and we are receiving data perfectly fine. That means this is how you can make communication, or we can say you can pass data from child component to parent component. Now what we are doing right now, we can say in our parent component we have defined a callback function. This is in app.js, this is our parent component. So in our parent component, what we have defined a callback function. So this callback function will retrieve data from our child component. Okay, now what we did, we passed the callback function to the child component from parent component. So that means this is our props on handle event. That one we have passed as a props to our child component, and through which we are going to receive data. Now the child component calls the parent callback function using props. So that means there is a callback function which we are calling through props, and we are passing data. And once we pass data, we have something called handle event, and this handle event is going to have like the data we are passing from child component. We have that data. Now depending upon the requirement, you can handle data, you can manipulate data, you can able to list your data in this way. So this is how you can pass data from your child component to parent. Now you can do one more thing. Suppose you have this handle data, and you can able to show in your JSX and other stuff you can able to do. So this is all in this video. I hope you like this video. Don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. Thank you guys. Hello guys, welcome to Kodrak. Hope you are doing great. Once again, welcome to React.js complete series. In today's video, we are going to discuss and learn about how you can import and export modules in React application. This importing and exporting is JavaScript ES6 feature that we are going to check and learn how you can implement this feature in your React application. At first, importing and exporting of the JS will help us to write modular code, that is splitting code into multiple files. Importing allows us to content from another file, whereas exporting makes a file contents eligible for importing. The main idea is once we write something, or once we have something code we want to reuse into our React application, we can have this feature. And normally when we create our child component, when we create our parent component, that means somewhere we are importing and exporting modules in our React application, or we can say we are exporting and importing component in our React application. But there are different ways or different scenario that you can implement in your application. So at first you must know that there are two ways by which you can able to export your modules, or we can say files, or in normal term we can say component in your React application. One is default export and another one is name export. At first we will see with live example how you can implement default export and default import in your React application. So I have one React application which is up and running. Now at first we will see default one. So for that one I will create one file, that is child.js. Now once I am writing this code, import React from React. Now what we are doing, we are importing default one. This one is default import we are doing from React. You must be using this particular line, but what kind of export we are doing? So this one is default import we are doing it. Now we'll see how you can export in a default way. So for that one, what we can do, const child, and we will have something, and it will return, and will have some paragraph child. Now I will let export default child. That means I am doing default export here. At first what we did, we have imported in default way, and now we are exporting it in default way. Now same thing we can do with child component as well. So I will let import child from child. Now we are doing default import of child, and then we can able to render it. So this is how you can implement default export and import your React application. Now we'll see name export. So for that one, I'm just removing this particular line. Okay. Now for this one, what we can do, suppose you have some data you want to share from your child.js, like export const name will be CodeRug, and here again we want to export something. Suppose export const country will be IN. Okay, now these two are data we want to export from our child. So that means we are doing name export. How we can import the name export? So for that one, what we can do, I will write import, and then I will make use of curly braces, and I will give the same name that by which we are exporting it, name and country. And after that I will write from which file, child. Now we will have the data in this two variables, name and country. Now if I render this one, we will have CodeRug and IN. Now just like we are exporting single, we can do it at once as well. So for that one, what we can do, I will write export, and then I will write name and country. So it will be like comma. This is how it will work as well. And now you want to add alias for the name, and for the country you can add as C. Now I will write N and I will write C. Now you can have your data. That means you can add alias if you want to, now for country as well, or if you are doing anything from in case of name export or import, you can able to add alias as well depending upon your need, because suppose you have name from one file and name from another file, but it must get collide somewhere. So in that case you can add alias, and then you can able to render in your application. So that's how we can say you can able to export and import modules by which, and you can able to work around. So that's all in this video. Thank you guys, hope you like this video. Don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. Thank you guys. Hello guys, welcome to CodeRug. Hope you are doing great. Once again, welcome to React.js complete series. In today's video, we are going to discuss and learn about how you can implement class component in your React application. That means React provide two different way by which we can able to create our component. One is functional component and another one is class component. Now, most developers prefer and work with functional component over class component. The reason is simplicity, and you have to write less code in case of functional component. But in case of class component, yes, you have to write quite much code or quite many lines of code in order to work same feature that you have to work with functional component. But in today's video, we will see how you can write code or how you can create component using class component feature. Okay, that means if you talk about class component, before React version 16.8, class component was the only way by which we can keep track of state, lifecycle methods in your React component feature. Yes, functional component was there, but there was no concept of hooks. Just like in case of class component, we have something called lifecycle method, and the lifecycle method are useful because if you have to keep track of when your component is getting rendered, when your data needs to be fetched, and this type of scenario when you have to work with deeply in case of class component, then you have to implement those lifecycle methods. But as you know, after 16.8, React has introduced the concept of hooks, and once they have introduced the concept of hooks, we can able to achieve same scenario, or you can say same functionality which we were doing with lifecycle method in case of class component, we can do with hooks. But I will not say all the lifecycle methods which we see in case of class component are able to replicate in case of functional component. Till now it is not possible, but still most developers prefer and work with functional component. Now I'm going to create one component, and this will be your class component. So normally what we do, we have to write normal component name which we want to create, and after that we will import React from React. Now here comes the part. So for that one we write class product, and it will extend React dot component. And after that, once you are writing any class, that means a class always contain methods, and the method by which you can able to return view or JSX, it will be your render method, and from that render method we will return some JSX, and it will be like h1. So it will be product class component. So this will be the output that I want to render in my React application, and for that one I will just first I need to import this one first. I thought it will get automatically imported, but no. So I will import. The reason is why I didn't export default. So this will be the same as functional component which we do. Now once I exported this one, now I can be easily able to product from product, and I will just show as a output. Okay, once I did this one, what error I'm getting? Export default React. Okay, yeah. So what we did, we have created functional component. We have created class component, class product extend React dot component. So that means whenever you creating any component. So no matter it is product, it can be your product details, or it can be any component which you are creating. So the starting has to be class component name and extend react.component. So that means we are extending our parent, that means, and the parent is react.component or the component, and from that one we are rendering our JSX. After that, this is normal which we do, and there's one more part. From a class there has to be constructor, and constructor, once we define constructor, because class always contain a constructor, and in that constructor we always have to define super keyword, because we are extending parent component, or we can say because normally what we do in case of class feature, if we have a child class and if we are extending any parent class, then we always have to define super keyword in our constructor. The reason is why, because we want to invoke parent constructor of our parent class, and if we want to invoke the parent constructor of parent class, then we always have to define super keyword. And now you can see output is correct, fine, but if I remove the super one, you can see you have the exception, and the exception says the same thing: you must call super constructor in derived class before accessing this or returning from derived class. That means it is also saying the same thing which we have discussed. That means in order to invoke parent, then you always have to define super keyword. So this is how you can define class component in your React application. There is much more detailed, like how you can implement various lifecycle method in your class component. That one we will see in a separate video. So this is all in this video. Thank you guys. Don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. Thank you all.
Hello guys, welcome to CodeRug. Hope you are doing great. Once again, welcome to React.js complete series. In today's video, we are going to discuss and learn about keys property in your React application. That means you might have worked with, in previous video, you have gone through how you can implement listing feature in your React application. So when you are doing listing in your React application, that means you have seen some warning or some error message you can see in your console. So just like I'm listing one employee data, and now if I go to console, you can see I'm getting one warning. That means each child in a list should have a unique key props. What does it mean? Why I'm getting this error? Because our data is listing properly, fine, but why I'm getting this error? And what is this key props which React is saying that we need to have for each element of data, and from where we can get the keys? Now, a key is a special attribute that you need to include when creating list of element in React. Now, keys are useful in React to identify which item is changed, removed or deleted. That means now if I remove, if we were performing some action and we will removing this first data. Now once we are removing this data, how will React will able to understand that this specific data will needs to be get removed from its DOM? And the reason is key. Key help React to understand which element needs to be removed, which element needs to be updated. So this kind of scenario, key help React to uniquely identify each element of a data. But how you gonna fix this one? In order to fix this one, what we gonna do? Just like I'm listing one data. Now inside that one, what it says, we need to pass key props. For that one, in li where we are showing the data, we will pass key. Okay. In that key, it can be unique identifier. That one you have to pass as a JSX. So it will be your ID. Now when you are calling your API and when you are getting your data from your database, that means you always have to get unique identifier. So no matter which database you are using, so every database must have some unique identifier in their end. Now once you are listing this one, so you always have to pass unique identifier in your key, otherwise React will again throw error. Now right now I'm passing id, so id will always be unique. Now if I refresh this one, you can see you will not see any warning. You see, I'm not getting any key warning. But if I use the same key, just like if I pass, suppose it can be username. Okay, now if I refresh this one, you will get a again issue. I need to save this one. Okay, username will be fine. Okay. So every data is different, so that's why I'm not getting. But if I update something, suppose let's remove this one and just pass, some data, same data, like I just pass, like suppose 1 2 3. Okay, now if you see, you're getting warning, and the warning says I'm using same key 1 2 3 for all the data. So it needs to be, so key should be unique so that component maintain their identity cross update. So that means you cannot pass same key for each data. It always have to be unique. So if I revert back, now if I refresh, you will see no warning message. Through this, tutorial, or through this example, we have understood that keys are really useful, and we always have to pass as a props whenever you are listing any data. So no matter where you are listing in your React application, and whenever you are implementing it, you always have to pass key. And whenever you are using key prop, that data or the value you are passing inside key, it always have to be unique identifier for your data, uniquely identified data. So that's all in this video. I hope you understand what is key, why it is useful. So in later videos, we will go through another example and we will learn more on React. So that's all in this video. I hope you like this video. Don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. Thank you guys.
Hello guys, welcome to CodeRug. Hope you are doing great. Once again, welcome to React.js complete series. In today's video, we are going to discuss and learn about listing feature in React.js. That means how you can implement listing in React. As we know, listing or list are very useful feature. When we say listing, it can be web development, it can be product listing, it can be blog listing, it can be comment listing, and many more. So it is not restricted to any specific web application. It can be any programming language you have to work, and in any programming language you have to implement listing feature. But in today's video, we are more focused how you can implement listing feature in your React application. That means we will go through different methods or different scenarios where you can work around with those ones and work with your listing feature. So let's get started. At first, what I'm going to do, I will create a product component, and in that product component I'm going to create, or I'm going to show you different mechanism or different scenario where you can work with product listing part. So for that one, I will create product. I will create a component which name as product.js, and at first I will import React from React, and then I will name it, and I will take a constant, and it will be my product, and I am using arrow function, and inside that one I will return some JSX. So at first I will div, it will be div, and from that one I will return product. Just wanted to check whether everything is up and running fine, and at last I will do export default product. Now once this part is done, I will import it into my root component, which is app.js, and import product. Now I will just show it here, Okay, so this part is done, so that means it will be up and running. Okay, so this is up and running fine. Okay, now I'm gonna implement different ways to work around listing. So I already have one, dummy data, dummy employee data, but this real employee data or real data, you will get it from your REST API. But in later videos we will see how you can work around with REST API, how you can get the data, how you can implement, or how you can post your data, so that thing. But right now, just for the purpose of learning of listing, we will use with dummy data. So I will take a constant and I will name as employee data. Okay, now I'm gonna implement first way. In first way, what I will do, I will iterate through each element of an data before our return. So at first I will take const and I will name variable render employee data, and I will take the variable name which I have created, employee data. After that one, employee data dot map. This map function or this map method I am using, this one is JavaScript ES6 feature, and this map method, what it do, it just iterate through each element of a data and return a new data, and that one I am storing into render employee data. So I will store single value because this one will have our data, and I will return li, and this will be single value and dot, and what we want to show, let's take name. Okay, now after that I will take this one, let's name it as employee data. Okay, and after that we want to show to ulli, and I will just output here. Okay, now if you render this one, you can see you have your employees name are getting list properly. So that means this is the first way by which you can list your data. Now we will see the second way. In second way, what we gonna do, just like we are listing before return or iterating through each element of array before return, but this same scenario we will implement inside our return. I will just extract this one. Now remove this one because I need to make few changes. Okay, so we have this employee. Okay, and inside that one we are returning this one. Okay, so we have this part. Okay, that means this is how you can implement the second way to list your data. So here what we are doing, we are iterating through each element of array inside our return. Now you can perform various conditional checking and other thing which you want to implement in your data. Okay, so here I am gonna list username so that we can see it is up and running fine. So I have taken username. Okay, now if you refresh this one, okay, so you can see we are getting list of users name of our employee data. So the second way. Now we will see the third way. In third way, just like see, we are returning curly braces. We are using curly braces, and inside that one we are doing the return. But instead of that one, what we can do, we can remove this one and we can use curly braces, this one, and I will remove this curly braces as well. Okay, and inside that one we have to remove the return part. Once we do this one, you can see again it is, but I will remove username with email so that we can see. Okay, you can see we have our employee email IDs. That means we have gone through 3 different way by which you can able to list your data. Now it up to you which feature or which scenario and how you want to implement in your React application. But I have shown you 3 different way, and that one you can use. So it is not very much restricted which feature and how you want to use those ones. You can use any one of these depending upon the complexity part. So that's all in this video. I hope you like this video. Don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. Thank you all. Welcome to CodeRuck. Hope you are doing great. Today we will discuss and learn about React Fragment. So let's get started. As we know, we use React for building user interface. Now there are a lot of frameworks come into the picture where we can use those frameworks to build our application. But there are some basic, core concept, or we can say core components are there which we have to use in order to work in any React application. Or we can say once you go for any production, or once you are going to create any big application, at that moment you need to work on those components. So there is one concept called fragment, which you will see in project, how you can use those ones and how you can work around those fragment part, we can say. So if I go into the definition, what is fragment? Fragment let you group element without a wrapper node. What does it mean? Now here you can see we have div, and inside div we have our, this is parent element, and inside that one we have child element. As per React concept, there has to be always one parent element, and in that parent element we can put as many child element we want. But if we try to create another parent element, suppose this one is running up and running perfectly fine. Now I'm going to create another parent element outside of our core or root, we can say. So if I create p and if I write test and save it, now you can see we are getting this compilation issue. What? And as per the error it says JSX element must be wrapped in an enclosing tag. Did you mean JSX fragment? That means as per the React, or as per React concept, there has to be only one parent element we can we can have in our component. And as per this return type, we are using one parent element, and inside that one we have child element. Now inside that one we can create, inside that one we can create as many child element we want. But how we can use fragment and all these elements? Now suppose if I'm creating one file called post title.js, okay, and if I'm importing, import React from React, okay, will const post title, and this will be our component. And from this one we are returning, suppose we are returning paragraph post title. I'm just giving one element as a return type, okay, and here it will be export default post title. Now I'm going to import this post title in our app.jsx, okay, import post title from this one, okay. Now I am including this. If I run this application, you see post title come into the picture. Now where you can use the fragment part, just like post title, we can have many components in any application or any core, we can say component. We can have header, we can have footer, we can have body, we can have menu bar, we can have all these things, right? Now what we can do, you can see we have created post title, but suppose if I have to add another element, if I have to add any other element in that one, what we have to do, we can't create any other, h1, because it will give us compilation issue. So for that one, what we have to do, again we have to wrap up inside, any div, or we can say parent element, and then only we can have any child element like post title. and then we can have, you know, another paragraph which says child post title, right? Now if you see title post title, so what we are doing right now, so every time we are going to create a new component, we have to wrap up inside one parent element. But we don't want that kind of scenario. Why? Because if we inspect this one, if we're going to inspect this one, not here like this one, okay, you will see first you have this one, now you have div, and then you are unnecessary creating, making complex DOM structure for your application. Because every time, because in a project you can have, suppose 10 components is there, right? In 10 component you are creating unnecessary 10 divs. Just like we have post title, okay, for this one we have wrap up inside our div. Same if we create one more, suppose if I create new file, and this will be post body .js, okay, I'm just copying and pasting again. It will be post body, okay, and the same thing I'm importing here as well, post body. And if I import this one, now you see again it has created div, and then we have, code, or we can say UI part is there. So what we understood, every time we are going to create a component, we have to wrap it into a parent element, same as post title, same as body. But what React give us a flexibility, instead of creating complex DOM structure and unnecessary parent for each and every component, we can use fragment to wrap, list of wrapper node without creating, unnecessary DOM complexion. So what we can do, normally we have, there's two part by which we can use the fragment. First is we can just give opening and closing. That's it. And if you see, you have post title, post body. Somewhere you can have, you need div, but somewhere you don't want div, but just to create, parent element unnecessary, you are giving that one. But wherever you need, you can include that one. But wherever you don't want, at that time you can use fragment. Just like in case of title, I don't want to show extra div, or don't want to add extra div. At that moment, I can use fragment. So first part is this opening closing. So it will not create unnecessary, or we don't want unnecessary div. Second part, what we can do, we can write fragment directly. That keyword we can use. Okay. Same as here we can remove div. We can use only opening closing, and then it will show the same thing. Post title, post body. You can see this one. And another part is we can directly use fragment. Suppose if I want to use in fragment, okay, and then I can write closing of this one. Now you can see same thing, no change. So there is two way by which we can use fragment, either opening closing, just like in body we are doing, and in case of post title I'm just using fragment and importing this fragment. So I hope it make you clear where you can use fragment and how you can use fragment, and what are the complexion it create if you don't use fragment in your React application. So after using fragment, you can see I can able to list my child element without any unnecessary wrapper for any component. So that's all in this video. I hope it make it clear how you can use fragment. So I hope you like this video. Don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. Thank you all. Hello guys, welcome to CodeRug. Hope you are doing great. Today we will discuss and learn about React Hook. So let's get started. In this article, we will be learning about hooks in React, rules for using hooks and their implementation. And what are the topics we are going to cover in today's topic, that are what are hooks, or we can say what are React hooks, what is the need of hooks, why we are talking about hooks, and why we are going to implement hooks, so why there is a need of hook to be implemented in any React application, and what are the rules of using hooks. So as we know, whenever we implement any new concept or new scenario, definitely there are a set of rules which we need to implement in order to work according to their need. And last one is what are the type of hooks that are available and that we can use depending upon the scenario, depending upon the functionality we want to implement. So on the basis of that one, there are a set of hooks are there that we are going to say in this topics. So let's get deeper one by one. At first, we are going to discuss what are hooks. So as we know, why we use React.js, because it's an open source JavaScript based user interface library. That means it is basically used to create any view for any page, we can say, and it's a library, open source. And if we talk about hooks, they are the new features and they were introduced in React 16.8 version. So from that version we have started using hooks in our React application. An alternative of writing, because we know when we want to implement or when we can write component based architecture, so we can write component using class based component or functional based component. So hooks can only be implemented in case of functional component, but if you prefer to write class based component, then there is different scenario or different approach you have to follow. That is, you have to go by lifecycle method of class based component. Only then you can able to implement those functionality. Now a simple definition we can say about hooks are function that are enable you to use React functionalities like state, lifecycle feature without using classes. So now if you want to implement lifecycle methods, definitely this complex structure is there, but by using hooks you can implement those lifecycle methods in your, we can say, functional component. As the name suggests, it enables you to hook into React state and the lifecycle feature from functional component. Now we will cover more what are hooks. So that means, as we know, React follow component based architecture. So as you can see in this program, we have created header component, main component and footer component, and we are exporting it into our root component, that is app component. So that means what we are doing right now, we are merging up all our child component in one parent component. Because why we are doing that one? Because we have created one header component and we can able to use reuse that header component anywhere in our React application, or we can say in our application. So what we are doing, we are reusing a piece of code which, or we can say component, which we have defined at one place, and that one we can able to import it anywhere wherever we want in our other component. By keeping that mind, hooks are designed to work with functional component or custom hooks also. So there's another scenario is there, we can define our own custom hook as well. That one we will discuss in later videos, but for the understanding purpose we can define our hook as well, because they use the call stack of the functional component to manage the state and life cycle of the component. Class based component do not have this call stack, so you cannot use hook directly in them. What does mean? That means, just like we have discussed, hooks can only be used in case of functional component. In case of class based component, you have to go by lifecycle methods, which is very complex if we go any real application, but if we talk about current standard of React application as per their official documentation as well, it is preferred to use functional component, and they have designed their documentation in that way. So from my recommendation, or from React official recommendation as well, you must follow functional component based architecture. Now the other question comes, why the need of hooks? Because reusability of stateful logic. Before hooks, so if we go into definition, before hooks, we want to reuse some kind of logic between components. It was bit challenging because rendering of props and other complexity was there, and which was making much more complex of that one. So by introducing of hooks, we can able to reuse our stateful logic. Other one is there, functional component with state and side effect. Now if we want to perform any kind of data fetching, we want to store some kind of data in some variable, and then we want to access that variable wherever we want in our application. At that place also hooks come, and we can able to reuse that one. And by using hook, our code will be much more cleaner, and it has we can divide into different portion of code. Like suppose we can say, if we are fetching, suppose normal you are calling an API, and after calling an API you are getting user information, or we can say user profile data, and that profile data you are storing in some variable, and in one variable you have stored. Now that variable, or you can say that state, or you can able to reuse wherever you want to. For that one, definitely you have to subscribe to that state or data, then you can able to get the data. But it is like we at one portion we are storing the data, and separate portion we can able to call the data, so code will be much more cleaner. And because of hooks also, it enable us for better testing, allow you to test component without needing to set up complex state hierarchy or use special test component. And as we discussed, it is simplified code structure will be there. Now we will cover what are the rules of using hooks. So it is only be used in case of functional component, and calling of hooks should always be done at the top level of a component. That means, suppose if we have parent component, so we will define, definitely child component can have its own hook, but suppose one data we have to pass from parent to child component, so definitely we will define one state or hook we will call in our parent component, and from there we can, if we want, we can pass data to that one. Now other thing is that hook should not be inside conditional statement. That means, if we take example, suppose we have this piece of code is there. Now we have defined use state as a hook. So this is one type of hook that we are defining right now. In later videos we will definitely see the different scenarios how you can implement use state, all these hooks, but for current purpose we can say we are using one hook, that is use state. So normally we define that one. So it is always try to avoid inside conditional statement if you want to use any kind of hooks. So don't call inside conditional statement. It is always at the top level. So we have created one functional component, and inside functional component on top we have defined our use state, and then, or we can say we have defined one hook, and then we can continue our own code structure wherever we like. Now hook from functional component only, that one we are very much clear. Use hook in the same order. Ensure that hooks are called in the same order on every render in the component. This helps React to maintain proper state for each hook, because we can say in a component we can have multiple hooks we can use, definitely, right? So always try to create hook in a order, so that if we defining first hook, then try to implement that its functionality. If you are defining second hook, try to implement its functionality. So it has to be in order so that React can able to maintain proper its state for each hook. And other thing is there, whenever you are defining any custom hook for yourself, then try to use with use prefix. That one we will see in later video how you can create your own custom hook, but it's general scenario, always use that prefix for creating your own custom hook. Now we will discuss what are the type of hooks that are available and that one we can use. So React provides several built-in hooks that cover different aspects of component functionality, allowing a functional component to manage state, handle side effect, access context, and many more. So here some of the core React hook we will see. Now there are several hooks are there like use state. So use state is definitely there to manage, I'm not going into deeper because we have separate videos for that one, but I'm just giving a general overview what are the different hooks, because at the time of interview definitely there will be one question, what are the type of hooks that are available, and that one we can use. So we can say first is use state. Use state hook to manage a state, return a stateful logic, and update function to update it. Second one is there use effect. Use effect, this hook mainly the purpose of use effect is to perform any side effect like calling an API, subscription, timer, and mutation, and many more. So the main purpose of use effect is to call an API, get a data, and how once the data available for you, how you are managing that data in your application. So at that time we definitely prefer to perform use effect. Another one is there use context. It will return the current value of a context. And the fourth one is there useReducer. So use state alternative help with complex state management. Now use callback. It return a memorized version of callback to help a child component not re-render unnecessarily. Use memo hook, it is another hook. It return a memorized value that help in performing optimization of our code, because we don't want to write some kind of complex code again and again. So at that time we use memo hook. Another one is there use ref. Basically it return a ref object with current property. A ref of object is mutable. It is mainly used to access child component. And the other one is there second last use layout effect. It fire at end of the DOM mutation. It is best to use effect as much as possible over this one. So once we are using any hook, it depend upon which scenario we want to perform, and in that case we definitely prefer to use hook one over another. And the last one is there use debug value. So it helps us to display a label in React dev tool for custom hook. So if we want to perform a testing, or we can say if we want to perform a developer tool, at that time we can use debug value to see label kind of thing for using custom hook. I hope it is very much clear for you what are hooks, how we can implement that one, and what are the different type of hooks that are available, and what are the rules are there to implement any of the hook. So this is very much theoretical video is there, but in later videos we will go one by one and implement one hook at a time, and to see how it is performing, how it is behaving, and in which scenario you can use one hook over another. So that's all in this video. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you all. Hello guys, welcome to Coder. Hope you are doing great. Once again, welcome to Coder. In today's video, we are going to discuss and learn about the React use state hook. So let's get started. At first, we will see what are the topics we are going to cover in this tutorial. First is what is useStatehook. Second is how to import useStatehook in your application. Now, after that, we'll see how you can implement useStatehook in your project or in your application, and what are the rules of using useStatehook. So all these topics we will cover in detail. At first, we will see what is useStatehook. useStatehook is a fundamental React hook used for managing state in functional component. That means useState is a hook that we can use in any of the functional component, and it is used to manage state of your application. So it allows you to declare state variable and provide a mechanism for updating them. Now you can see the syntax part. So at first we are declaring constant and inside array constant, and inside that one we are defining two variables, state and second is set state. After that we are defining use state and it contains initial value. So that means whenever you are defining any state, we have to provide some initial value. So initial value can be empty string. If you are defining string type state, it can be boolean true or false depending upon state you want to set. After that it can be an object, it can be an array. So but you have to define some initial value in your use state. The reason is because the first variable which we have defined, state, it represents the current state value, because when you want to render your data, at that time that initial value will get rendered. Set state. So set state is a function that allow you to update the state, because initially if you are defining any value or defining any data or any state with some initial value, but somewhere in your application you want to update that state. In that case, we will use set state as a function to update the state. And initial value, we are aware that we have to define some initial value in your application. So this is all theoretical we have discussed, but we will see live how you can implement it and how to define use statehook. Okay, so I have my this application which is up and running. Okay, at first what we have to do, we have to import use state from React. So the syntax will be import use state from React. Okay, and after that const, and I will write count will be initial variable which hold my initial value, and second will be function which can hold our state. Okay, so I'm defining as 0 as my initial value. Okay, now this is the syntax to define use statehook. Now to render any variable, what we do, we can write span. Okay, and we can write count, this will be our variable count. Now if we see, it will be 0 because that's what we have defined as a initial value. Now if I am defining 100, we will get 100 because this is the initial value we have defined. Now we want to change 100 to some other value, at that time we will use set count as a function to update or mutate our state. So at that time what we are doing, so for that one we have to take one button because we want to perform a click operation. So we will define on click, and the function will define, suppose set count, same, okay, and set count will hold our previous count and that previous count plus 1, okay, and I will name it click me. Now if we check what we are getting, I'm just setting it to 0 again. Now if you see the output, we are getting 0. Now the button size is quite bigger. Now if I click me, now count is getting increased one by one. So what we are doing actually, here we have taken one button. In that button we are using on click function. On click we are calling set count function. In set count what we are doing, we are incrementing our use state count value by 1, and here we are taking previous count. That means suppose right now we are at 0, now we want to update 0 to 1. Now second time if we will get previous count as 1, and then on top of that one we are updating it to 1 more, and on the basis of that one we are getting 2, and so on. So here we have seen how we can define use state hook. Now if you have to define multiple states, then how can you do it? In the same way you can perform that same operation. So if I write, let me just remove this, I'm just writing count name, it will be set name, and name we are defining empty string, and second we are taking age, set age, and use state, and the value will be suppose 30. So what we did, we have defined two states, and now we want to render these two states. So I will take 10 and I will write name, and here I will render age. Now name, suppose I'm defining coder, okay. Now if you see the output, name will be coder, age will be 30. So this is how you can define multiple states in your project. So there is no restriction, you can define as many states you want, but if you are defining too many states, then somewhere you have to take how many states you want to manage. So depending upon the scenario, you can define as many states you want. Now we will see how you can handle form data using state. In order to handle any form data, what we have to define, basically for form definitely we need to, at first we will remove this one, okay. At first we will define form, sorry, we will definitely want to have one form, okay. Inside that one we will define div, and then it will be name, it will be input type because it will be text, okay. And likewise we'll write name, email. So at first we'll see what output we are getting. Okay, we have name, we have email. Okay, and definitely we want to have one submit button, and it will be submit. Okay, now definitely here we are using name and email as the input text, so that means we have to define state as well, because state will hold our form data. Now we will do cons, and it will be form data, and second variable will be set form data. And now we are defining initial value as our object, and that object will contain name as blank and age will be blank. Okay, now whenever you are inputting or whenever you are entering your name, so we want to capture that updated name in our form. So for that one, what we do, we will click on change. Okay, in on change, what we are doing, we will define one function, and we will name as handle change. Okay, so same thing we will do in case of age as well. Sorry, this one we can write image. Okay, now we will define handle change. Okay, so we are defining our method. Now here what we will do, at first whenever we giving input on name or email, this method will be called handle change, and this will be event.prevent default, and we will get our data event.target.name. So, and we are using set form data to set our data, and this will be form data to be our object. So what we can do, because we have defined object form data, and second thing will be e dot target dot name will be e dot target dot value. Okay, once we do that one, we want to have value in case of input, and this will be form data dot name, because name as input one, and here it will be our image. Okay, and once we click on that one, suppose button we are clicking, and on form we have form submitted. Okay, this one, once we click on submit button, once we click on that button, we will, what we will do, we will call this form submitted method, and there we will do the console.log. Okay, so I will write cons, and it will be over e will be event.prevent default, because because the default functionality of form is whenever we click on submit the form, the page will get refreshed. But in case of React, we don't want to refresh our page. We just want to do the console.log, and it will be form data. Button type submit. Okay. Now let's refresh and see the output. And if we open the console as well, okay. Now we are giving the name. Okay, something is messing up. We will check what we are doing. Form data e.target.value. Okay, set form data, we are calling that one, and this will be our form data, and e.target.name. Okay, sorry, we haven't defined any name. So it will be our name, and name will be email. Okay, now we'll say name folder, and email will be. Now once we submit that form, we want to have that submitted form data. If we submit that one, you see we are getting output email and name as a form data. So in this form, you can have in your project, you can have quite many input box, and once you submit that one, you will get your data in console. Once you have data in your console, what you can do, you can call an API and you can send data to your API. So this is how you can make use of use state hook in your application, and you can work on your use state hook. So in this video, we have seen different ways to use state hook. First is how you can define it. Second is how you can use multiple state in your component. And third is we have taken, or we have seen one live example. Once you have a form, how you can use state hook in your form to get the data and to call an API to send that data. So that's all in this video. I hope you like this video. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you all. Hello guys, welcome to CodeRuck. Hope you are doing great. Today we will learn React hook, that is useEffect hook. So let's get started. As we know, React provide various type of hooks, and we can use those hooks in our functional component in any React application and work around. Now in this video, we are going to discuss and learn different use cases of useEffect hook. Now the first thing is why we need useEffect hook. The first part is useEffect hook allow you to perform side effect, that is side effect in functional component. Okay, and the second thing is what is side effect. Basically, example of side effect is like we want to call an API and we want to get an data. So that means calling an API, and getting data from it. Now third thing is we want to update our DOM. So at that time also we will make use of useEffect hook, update DOM. And the fourth one is, or the last one is, which is least we use in our application, which is setting up of timers. But if I talk about the main use case of using side effect is, or you can say use effect is, calling an API and getting a data. As we know, React is a client side or front end library in which we have to call an API to get the data. And in that case, we will use useEffect to call an API, get the data, and render in our application. After that, we want to perform any kind of update in our DOM. In that case also, or in that scenario also, we will make use of useEffect hook. Now, if I talk about the syntax part, then we define useEffect, and this will be our function, okay, or we can say arrow function we will define, and here is our some dependency we define. So this is the syntax which we will use to make a call or use any useEffect hook. Okay, now there are three different ways by which we can define our useEffect hook. So three ways to define useEffect hooks. First one is, or we can say, when this one is function, like we will define arrow function, and this is dependency. In the first one, no dependency passed. Okay, so when we don't want to pass any different dependency, because this one is optional, either you can pass or you don't. In the first type, we are not passing any dependency. Now in that case, the syntax will be, this will be your syntax. Now whatever method, or because first one is function, we have defined arrow function, and we are not passing dependency here. Now in this case, whatever scenario we will perform in this method or in this useEffect, when we are not passing any dependency, that function will get executed every time whenever any render is taking place in our functional component. So that means whatever function, whatever scenario we will define, it get executed on every render of our functional component. So that means run on every render. Now second type is when we are passing an empty array as a dependency. So it will be an empty array as a dependency. So I'm just using that one. And in case of dependency, we are passing an empty array. So what does this scenario means? In this scenario, only first time when our functional component is getting rendered, only in that case, that means first time this method, whatever we define inside this one, it get executed. That means runs only on first render. Don't worry about that one. We will see in a detailed or live how we can implement that one. Okay, so this one is empty array, we are passing as a dependency. In that case, it will get executed only first time when any render taking place in our functional component. And the third type is when an dependency is getting updated. So that means we can say when we are passing dependency, we can say dependency passed. When we passed or pass any dependency, in that case there will be syntax like, suppose we are passing an dependency here. So that dependency we are going to pass as an array, and inside array we are going to pass dependency. So there can be multiple dependency. So that means that one, it can be dependency 1 and it can be dependency 2. So you can have multiple dependency, so there is no restriction on that one. But in this case, the method or functionality which we define inside this useEffect arrow function, it will get only executed if our dependency get changed. Suppose first time when our component get rendered, suppose dependency we have, suppose 1, okay, or we can say true. Now some mutation take place or some updation take place and your dependency 1 become false. In that case, the method or functionality which we have defined inside this useEffect will get executed. So that means runs only basically runs anytime any dependency value change. Okay, so these are the three types by which we can make use of useEffect hook, and they are all going to be needed in case of any React application you are going to build. So you have to make use of all these, and this is a very important interview question as well, because they ask how many types you can define your useEffect hook. Now we will see one by one in a live example how you can make use of that one. Okay, so at first, to make use of that one, what we will do, we have to import useEffect hook, import useEffect hook. Okay, now at first time we will define useEffect when no dependency is passed. Okay, definitely we have to define here useEffect, and if we do the console.log, run on every render. Now if we save that one and if we open the console, you see you are getting run on every render, but we are not updating, or there is no updation take place in this functional component, so it is not getting executed each and every time. So how we can make use of that one? We will make use of useState hook, so that we can see is there really any updation taking place. So we will define count, and this will be set count, and it will be useState. I already have created one video on useState hook, so you can make use, or you can go with that one, and you can see how functionality work around that one. So this one is default or initial value we have passed. Now in case of useState, we will write count, and here it will be the variable which we have defined in this constant. Now if we take output of this one, you will get 0, but still we are not able to see on every render. So how we can make use of that one? Basically for that one we have to update our state, and as we know, whenever we are updating any state, basically our component is getting re-rendered again and again. Every time we are updating the state, our component will get re-rendered. In that case, we will see whether our useEffect is getting called again and again. So I'm defining one button. I will take div, and inside this div will define button, and that button I will define on click functionality. So it will be set count. No, there's nothing in the console. Now if I click, see, run on every render is getting called. If I click on again, now it is getting called again. So every time I'm clicking on that one, it is getting called again and again. So this is what we have seen in case of when we don't pass any dependency. In that case, it will get executed on every render that we are taking place. Now the second one is an empty array is passed. Now it is getting called only first render. Now for that one, if we pass an empty array, now we just save that one, we will refresh. Okay, now there's nothing in the console. If I click first time, you will not see any data. What does that mean? Basically, when first time any render is taking place, only at that time it is getting called. So run on, if I click run on first render, if I save this one, you can see run on first render, it is getting called, not again and again. If even if I click that one, it will not get called again and again on any render we are taking place. So this is the second type which we have seen, that is it is getting called on the first time. Now the third type is when we pass any dependency. Now in case of dependency, what we do, we will take count as a dependency. That means initially the count will be 0, okay, and when we click that one, our count will be 1. That means our dependency is getting updated, and as we know, whenever dependency value gets changed, useEffect functionality will get called. Okay, now we will see console and run on update. So here we will make use of ES6 syntax. So it will be run on update, and it will be count. Okay, now if we refresh our page, first time initial value of our use state will be, or count value is 0. Now second time, if I clicking on that one, you can see run on update 1. That means our useEffect is getting called again and again because our dependency is getting update. Every time we click that one, it will get called because our dependency is getting updated and again. So in this way, we have make use of 3 type of useEffect in our application. Now this is how you can define useEffect hook in your application, and you can work around. In the next tutorial, we will see how you can call an API using useEffect hook. So that's all in this video. I hope you like this video. Don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. Thank you all. Hello guys, welcome to CodeRug. Hope you are doing great. Today we will learn how you can fetch data from an API and display in a table. As we know, in case of React application, it is a client-side JavaScript library. So in order to get an data and display in your React application, you have to call an API. So in this video, we will see how you can make use of different hooks to get a data and display in a table. For that one, we will definitely make use of useEffect and useState hook to get a data from the useEffect and to store data in useState hook. So let's get started. At first, we have defined or we can say we have imported useEffect and useStateHook from React. After that, we will define const, and in const it will be our users, and after that set users, and this will be our use state, and this will be our empty array as a initial value. Second, we will again define use state hook so that we can show loading, and it will be set loading. Okay, because when we are calling API, definitely it will take or it will consume some millisecond of time. In that duration, definitely we have to show some kind of loading, or some kind of timer, or some kind of loading icon. Definitely we have seen in multiple real application projects, so that's how we will define here as well. And again we will make use of use state hook, and it will be initially false because we are not calling an API, or we haven't called any data, so loading will be false. After that, we will make use of useEffect hook, and this will be our arrow function, and dependency will be our empty array, because first time only we want to call an data, or we can say we are calling an API to get in our data. Once we have our data, we will set in our use state hook, and once the data gets set, we will display in a table. We don't want to make execution again and again, so that's why we are passing an empty array here. Now here, initially what we will do, we will make set loading will be true, okay, and after that we are calling fetch to call an API, and for that one what we are doing, we are making use of open source we can say website to get a data. Okay, so it will be JSON placeholder. If I write JSON placeholder, because this website provides us fake REST API to get a data. Okay, so I will use, and will define the URL, and it will be users. And if I open the complete URL, you can see users data just like we will get it from API. Okay, and after that, once we call the data, we will use then, and inside that one we have response, and for response we will make JSON of that one, and again we will call then promise, and in then promise we have the JSON one which we have did that one, and after that one it will be arrow, and inside set users we will save that JSON. Okay, once we do that one, finally because this will be called once our data loading will be finished, and in that case we will make our set loading will be false because we have already set our data, so that's why we are doing that one. Once we do that one, it is done. Okay, now we will do loading will be, now here I'm making use of JSX set loading, and it will be, and what we will show, will show loading, and again we will show that one, and again now we will create a table. Okay, and in that table we will write h3, let's say. Okay, users, and it will be our table. And definitely once we have table, we will set some border. It will be 1, and we will define some headers. It will be name and email. Okay, so I'm just taking only these two right now because that's what we are getting, name and email. Okay, after that one, whatever data we have set in set users, definitely we can able to access from users. And it will be, we will definitely make use of map function because we want to iterate through that data, and it will be user and table row. So it will be user dot name, and again we will define table row, and here we will define user dot email. Okay, sorry, it will be table data, my mistake. Table data, and that table data will be inside table row. Okay, now here we are getting some use effect. Now if I see what are we getting, anything, use effect set loading false, module will fail. Okay, now there's something is wrong here, set loading. Okay, again we will run this application. I will let npm start, so we just have to wait for a few seconds. Sorry, my application is already running. I will again start that one. We just wait till our application will get start again. So here it is getting some issue. Okay, sorry, my keyboard. Okay, now it is fine. User is not defined. What user? Okay, again my keyboard is having some issue. Okay, now it is perfectly fine. You see, you are getting data and we are calling an API. So this is how you can, I'm closing this one. So this is how you can call an API, get in data and save it in your table. So initially what we are doing, at first we have taken use effect and use state hook. After that one, because here what we are doing, we are taking user data. So in your case, it can be members data, it can be like any service data. Definitely you have to store it first by using use state hook, and then we have set loading. After that, from use effect, what we have did, we are calling an API from this URL, and once we have the data, we are saving it inside set user, and once it is getting saved in any state, we are calling it users. Okay, once we have this one is definitely we have defined table. Okay, we have defined table, and we have defined table heading, table row, and we are mapping around users, and we are displaying it. If I refresh this one, you can see the loading part. It will be for fraction of second, it will be loading will be there, but definitely when loading is taking place, you can see some loading is taking place, but it is for millisecond, and again you have your data. So this is how you can call an API, get a data from any URL in your application. So this is all in this video. I hope you like this video. Don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. Thank you all. Hello guys, welcome to Coder. Hope you are doing great. Today we will learn useRef hook in React. UseRef hook in React is used to create mutable objects that persist across render. It commonly used to store and access a reference to a DOM element, or we can say value that doesn't trigger re-render. What does that mean? Basically, when we make use of use state hook, and whenever we are changing our state data, our component, or we can say functional component, get re-rendered again and again every time we are changing or we are updating our state. But in case of useRef, it doesn't trigger re-render when it change. Now we will see how to use useRef hook in React. At first, we have to import useRef hook from React. After that, what we will do, we will define useRef, that is myref useRef, and it will hold some initial value. So this is the syntax to define useRef hook in React. Okay, now this initial value can be null, a DOM element, or any other initial value. Now how you can attach this myref to JSX? So for this one, what we can do, we can define div, and in div we can define ref, and this will be your myref, and we can say hello useref. Okay, now if you see the output, you will not get anything right now. Okay, now how can you access ref? Basically this is how you can define useref, how you can attach to your JSX. Now how you can access your ref value? So for that one, what the syntax is, syntax will be console.log, and it will be myref.current. That means myref.current, this is myref, and that dot current will contain the value of ref. If the ref is attached to DOM element, myref will hold the DOM element. Now we will see working example of that one. So at first we have defined useRef, and we will make use of useEffect along with that one, so we can see in a very clear way. And initial value we are defining null. Okay, and I'm removing this one, use effect, and this will be our arrow function, and this will be empty array because we want to execute only first time. And here we are doing console.log myref.current. Okay, div myref, hello myref. Okay, now we'll just save this one. Now if I open the console, you can see, if I clear this one, you can see what output we are getting. Hello myref. So this is the output we are getting. So in this example, myref is creating using myref hook attached to div element and access inside the useEffect hook. And after the component has mounted, we can able to see, or we can get the value by using that current object. Okay. Now what are the use case of use or ref hook? First use case is accessing and modifying DOM element. Okay. Second thing is holding mutable object, and third one is preserving value across render, because some values we don't want to change, or because some value we will store inside useRef hook so that it will not get changed whenever any render is taking place in case of functional component. So in that case, it is kind of storage where we can store the data and we can able to access later on, and it will be unchangeable data, it will get inside that one. So this is how you can make use of useRef hook in your application. So this is all in this video. I hope you like this video. Don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. Thank you all. Hello guys, welcome to CodeRug. Hope you are doing great. Today we will learn useReducer hook in React. So let's get started. useReducer hook in React is a more advanced alternative to useState hook for managing state in functional component. As we know, React provides us useState hook. In this useState, we can store our data, and once the data gets stored, we can able to access that stored data. But why there is need of useReducer hook? Because useReducer hook is more advanced alternative to useState hook. That's why it is available in React. It is particularly useful when next state depend on the previous state, and when state logic become more complex. So when we want to deal with less complex state, at that time we will use useState hook. When the state get more complex and it is more dependable upon previous state, so in that case we will go with useReducer hook. The useReducer hook is often used with dispatch action to update the state based on action. We will talk about the syntax part as well. Now if we talk about the syntax part, it will be const, and inside that one state it will have dispatch, and after that use useReducer. It will have this reducer and some initial state. Now we will talk about each and every variable which we have defined. At first, this state is the current state is equal to current state. Okay, this dispatch is a function to trigger state update. Okay, so that means this is the current state. This one is dispatch is a function to trigger any state update. After that we have this reducer. Reducer is basically nothing else a function that defines how state transition from one state to the next based on action. Okay, so this reducer is a function that defines how state transition from one state to the next based on action which will be taking place. And after that, this initial state is nothing as the initial state of the component. So it will be initial state of the component. Okay, so this is what the total syntax look like. Now we'll see the live and work example of reuse reducer hook. So at first, what we will do, we will call use reducer hook, or we can say we will import that one. Import use reducer, and after that you can see we have to define one reducer function. So that's we are defining right now. Const reducer. Okay, it will be state because it holds two variables, state and action. Okay, and we are making use of switch case action dot type. If the case is increment, then it will return count is equal to state dot count plus 1, and tab will be state dot tab. Okay, now again we will copy that same. It will be decrement d c, and here we will do -1. Okay, and this one is here we will not perform any action on that one. Action dot payload. Okay, this is the initial reducer function which we have defined right now, and in case of default what we will do, we just return state. Okay, after that one we will define some initial state. So for that one, const initial state, and it will be count as 0, okay, step as 1, and after that const state dispatch useReducer, and in useReducer we will call our reducer function, and this will be our initial state. Sorry, I have defined inside return, it will not be inside return, and it will be outside of our functional component. Okay, so this is how it look like. Now sorry, we want to call that same data in our JSX, so I'm calling count it will be our state.count. Okay, and step will be, I'm just copying this same step. Okay, now we will take two buttons, because in these two buttons we will perform increment and decrement. On click, and what we are doing, we are calling dispatch function, and dispatch function, what we are doing, we create an object, and here we will pass type will be same as increment. It has to match with this same what we have defined. Okay, and I will name is increment, and I will copy this one, it has to match with same decrement, and this will be set step. Okay, now we will take one input, input type number, input type number, and value will be state dot step. Okay, and here we will write on change, it will be our e, and after that we will call dispatch with same, and it will be that step, and the payload we will pass first int e dot target dot value 10. Okay, now if I save this one And if I see the output, if I refresh this one, the count is 0, step is 1. If I increment this one, you can see we are getting count 1, 2, 3. It is getting incremented. If we decrement this one, it will get decrement. Okay. Now if I enter step 12, okay. Now if I increment this one, it will get increment. If I decrement this one, and whatever in the input box, it is getting quite large. So if I now it will be small bit, okay. And buttons also I will put it inside div, okay. Now if I refresh this one, initially it is getting increment, okay. It is getting decremented. Now whatever input we will give, it will get on step. So if I write like 100, step will be 100. So here what we are doing, we are managing complex state logic with increment, with decrement, and whatever value we are giving as step, it is getting rendered in case of JSX. And this is the same thing we can able to achieve using reuse reducer hook. But even if we try to make with use state hook, this will become more complex and unable to manage this whole scenario. And that's why useReducer can make your code more organized and easy to maintain, especially when dealing with more complex state management scenarios. I hope this video make more clear how you can make use of useReducer hook. I hope you like this video. Don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. Thank you all.